Hello there.
Morning, Kevin. Good morning. How are you guys? All one of you. Just Kevin. Good morning, Kevin. How are you, buddy? Just getting all my monitors all set up here while I'm talking to you. Get ready for the nice stream. Hey, what's up, Tank Destroyer? How you doing this morning, buddy? You having a good day?
Hello there.
Good morning. How are you? Just moving some shit around so I don't knock anything down while I'm reading here. Like my phone. We got a great show today, by the way. We've got some coffee. It's a Thursday. We're going to read a little bit. We've got the Book Daddy Cup today, which is, it's made the return to the Spartan space. It was borrowed, and I just got it back. Hopped in to say hi before the groceries. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that people have to do. I'm gonna have to do that, actually, soon. Hey, check it out. I want to show you guys something cool here. You guys have seen this in silver. Now it is flat gray. Okay. I have a few more. I've got a couple of little spaces where I need to do to rub this finish a little bit, and then I'll hit it with another coat of this gray, and and then it'll be and then we'll be painting it white afterwards, and then we'll start doing the weathering with you guys to make it look like. Now this is the Mark V Zeta bucket, so it's the helmet that I play in the game, and so my multiplayer helmet, and I've been working on it on and off for a long time. Like I said, I've got to get it back on the rack and spray Got a little bit of place in here where the gray didn't get down, and I've got a little silver showing through. And so we got to get back in here and hit this with another coat of this gray. And then as soon as we do that, then we'll spend a day masking. And then once we do the masking, then it'll be, you know, it'll be into the white paint. And that's going to be really awesome. The white paint will get us into the actual color that we are. And then we'll do weathering. So possibly by Wednesday, we'll be able to do the weathering, I think, maybe. On the actual remember, yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's the Mark V Zeta bucket. So it's a very if you come back to us later when we're playing the game and queue in and ask me about it, I'll show you in Halo Infinite. Because we'll be playing by then, we'll show you the helmet, but it's kind of a stylized throwback helmet. It sort of resembles the Mark IV to me quite a bit, but it's got some Mark V cues, like the brim and sort of the squareness of the helmet shape at the top. It's a really interesting helmet. I really love it. It's my favorite helmet. And I run it with the it's my favorite multiplayer helmet, I should say. And then I run it with the Legend visor, the Legends visor. So it's like this orangish gold color that's like really bright and it pops. And anyway, I wanted to print it. The idea was that the idea was that it was gonna have we were gonna attempt to make a Mark 7 cosplay kit similar to the two chiefs that I already wear, and try to get a tier 3 deployment with it through the 405, because we're I'm the RMO for the Pacific Regiment, which is the membership officer. So it's a pretty high level person in the community. And what we do is I was thinking Mark II because of the styling of the mouthpiece, which reminded me of the Mark II. Yeah, so it's a anyway, it's a community. I wanted to get a tier 3 suit. A tier 3 suit is 100% game accurate. It's quite the achievement to have a bunch of nerds fawn over your suit and all the photos, and then give you a tier 3. You get a little thing they send to you, and it's got your name on it, and it says, "Congratulations, you have a tier 3 suit." It doesn't mean a whole lot. It's supposed to mean like you could get deployed and do like movies and stuff if they needed your help because your suit is that good. But as far as the 405, that's not something that really happens. So, it's basically a for nothing. Like, I'm gonna do it. I want to do it. It's just, I don't know. It's like that. Anyway, guys, thanks for being awesome for a little bit this morning, Tank Destroyer. It's nice to talk to you. That's what were you saying about deploying the Pacific Regiment RMO in the 405? That's what I'm saying. I am that guy, and I work with people on getting their deployments. And I was gonna make that Mark 7 kit try to get a tier 3 deployment, but
hello there.
Yeah, it's an in real life group, the 405th Infantry Regiment. It's a Halo cosplay group. They're all right. I'm also part of another cosplay group locally called the 7 Corps. It's a group of cosplayers who love Halo and a lot of other things. They're their own little Pacific Coast group. Lots of really cool people. Morning, Nikki. Yeah, it's a real group. You can go look for them online or find us in the Discord and ask us about it. They're members from a bunch of different cosplay groups. I've got 501st members. Those are the Star Wars dudes. I got a bunch of them here too, so... cosplay is cosplay. We all do a bunch of different shit. We're not only just Halo, But yeah, come and find us if you're interested. It's a pretty cool deal. We love to talk about it. Anyway, for everybody that's just tuning in, I better get started now so we could get started on time. We're reading Halo Edge of Dawn again. This is the 5th episode. I went back and looked. We've only done this 5 times. Hey, anytime, Tank Destroyer, come and talk some more later, okay? Anyway, we're only on episode 5. We're blazing through this book. I cannot believe how fast we're kicking through it. We're on chapter 31, page 239 today is where we'll start. There are 306 pages, I believe, in the story. I'm gonna double check that. Give me 1 second. 300 and... So it's 305 if you don't read the epilogue, which I don't remember if we've there's a Ghostbusters group too. There you go. I don't remember if we ever read the epilogues or not. Does anybody know if we've actually ever read the rest of the crap at the end of the book after the book is over? Because I don't remember. I'm pretty sure we read some of it, but not all of it. Like, I don't think we ever read any of the reports or anything. Anyway, somebody let me know in the chat, and I'll see it at some point. For everybody that doesn't know, the music in the background is provided by Ambient Wonders. On YouTube, it's Installation 00's pet project. He goes all over the games, and I always read the epilogue for myself, Kevin. Anyway, he goes all over all the science fiction games and gets the sounds, you know, basically the soundtrack sounds. Sometimes he'll spend just time inside of a game for hours just recording the sounds to repost and share with you. You can find it on YouTube, or you can put exclamation OST in the chat and it will give you a link. Please go check it out. When we started doing the reading, it's been, I don't know what the anniversary, like how long we've actually been doing it, but he had 642 followers or subscribers on YouTube for this channel. He's now got 1,800 and change. So I feel like it's not only me, but I feel like I'm the only one talking about it. Anyway, go like it. It's great stuff. Ambience for your party, for resting. You want to take a shower and play that. It makes you feel like you're a god when the hot water and the steam is just there. And I got RGB light in my bathroom, so I turn it to like some great color. Cyan blue is like my jam, almost always. Okay, I've got it here actually. I could probably see, like, look at how nice my walls look when I change the color. Anyway, just saying, this is a normal color today. The point is that I play this music for a lot of stuff. You know, it's good stuff. Go listen to it. Find it yourself. You're welcome, Martin. Martin is such a great dude. Comes and, like, supports us in so many great ways. Love that guy. We got to figure out how to transport people so I can have, like, a transporter pad from Star Trek here and I can just beam him here. Maybe. Anyway. Hi, Martin. If Martin had the transporter pad, would you say, beam me up, Marty? I wonder if he'd be upset about that. Anyway, here's the starship. It's my favorite bookmark until I get a better one. Everybody knows what that means. And I'll put a stream marker out there so we know. Alright, here we go. Halo Edge of Dawn, a Master Chief story by Kelly Gay. Chapter 31. Rail Transit Pod, June 7, 2560. A warning echoed from John's long-range motion sensor as 3 dark specks appeared in the sky a few kilometers out. He rose from the bench, pulling his assault rifle over his shoulder. His ammo counter showed 10 rounds left in the magazine. And with only a handful of fresh mags in the bag, along with a few grenades, every round would have to count. Browning Look alive. We have incoming. The medic spun on the bench, surprised, his gaze searching the horizon. Seeing the inbound ships, he checked his rifle, thumped the safety off, and then rested, one knee on the bench for a secure firing position. It was good to see that kid had some experience. He was going to need it. 2 war skiffs and a Phantom drew closer. Could be patrols, Joyous echoed in his helmet. No mistaking the doubt in her voice, but you're thinking it too, Chief. This can't be a coincidence. There has to be a tracker on Browning. Either that Huragok missed it, or it isn't telling the truth. John glanced ahead of them, zooming in on the rail line where it tunneled into the canyon sandstone cliff. If they could hold out until then, we'll deal with it later. John magnified on the incoming Phantom. Its side door was open, revealing a belly full of grunts and shackles. As the ship and its support vessels closed in, the war skiffs sped ahead, and its brute gunners fired on the rail pod. Browning returned fire. John aimed and decorated the hull of the nearest war skiff as bolts of plasma streaked past the moving car. All 10 of his rounds tore into the vehicle's reinforced plating. Before it banked, he detached a frag from the ring, primed it, and then flung it as hard as he could as the skiff flew by. The grenade rocketed 15 meters through the air and slammed square against the skiff's belly, the explosion knocking it into a sideways dive. With little altitude to work with, the single pilot couldn't recover in time, and it smashed into one of the sandstone formations. Chief, that Phantom is about to take out the railway ahead of us, Joy shouted. We're not going to make it. The Phantom fired its plasma cannons before Joy could even finish her warning. John dove for Browning, covered him and the Huragok with his body as the pod's intuitive casing folded over them. Plasma melted the rail line 30 meters ahead of them, severing the magnetic connection, and causing the pod to soar freely for several seconds before arcing downward and slamming into the sand with a force that sent John crashing against the pod's interior wall and then flying backwards into the wall behind him. This isn't the first time that's happened. As soon as the pod came to a stop, John checked Browning's biosigns, relieved to find he hadn't been crushed in the crash, or from the weight of the Mjolnir armor. Though it hadn't stopped his face from hitting the floor of the car. Blood streamed from his nose, and a goose egg was already growing on his forehead, indicating a decent concussion, and his left shoulder was dislocated. Immediately, John sat back on his haunches, grabbed the medic's arm, and shoved the joint into the socket before Browning even had a chance to move. The young man screamed. John relieved him of his rifle, slipped the safety on, removed the spent magazine, and slammed a fresh one in before offering it back to the stunned medic. Take it. With that done, he searched the pod for the rucksack of supplies, the rations Esparza had given him earlier, and he rooted through the ammo bag and grabbed his sidekick and checked the chamber. It was good to go, and he handed that to Browning as well. Rises High managed to wiggle its trapped tentacles from underneath Browning's legs. Its soft chirps sounded pathetic, but otherwise it seemed okay, as its gas sacks filled, allowing it to rise off of the floor. Let's move. John grabbed the bag and pushed to his feet as the doorway appeared unhidden. Then slipped out of the pod, easing around its backside, using it as a mound and the mound of sand it had pushed in front of it, nearly enveloping it, as cover with as the Phantom hovered over the open valley, allowing banished soldiers to drop to the ground. Less than half of a kilometer to the tunnel, Chief, Joy said. He ducked his head out from behind the pod. The tunnel wasn't far, but they'd have a short climb up the canyon wall to get to it, and that would put them directly in the enemy crosshairs. His motion sensors flared. 20 red targets now populated across his displays. John slapped a fresh clip into his MA-40. "Stay here," he said, leaving the bags with Browning. 12 grunts and 8 jackals. That's it, Joy said. Maybe it's just a patrol. Or Jago was toying with them. Joy gave a fake yawn and said confidently, "Wake me when this is all over." John snorted and took off in a blur, focusing on 4 grunts, still waddling to find cover behind the nearest sandstone formations, boasting about who'd be the one to kill the demon. With short bursts, he targeted the group. The MA-40's armor-piercing bullets easily penetrated their armor and methane tanks. The quartet went up in a cloud of fire and gas as his threat indicator pulsed. "Chief, look out." Needler rounds struck his back, thighs, and shoulders, his shields mitigating most of the damage as the shards exploded. He dove for cover behind a thin sandstone pillar, coming up and then sprinting around the other side, heading straight for the 2 jackals responsible as the avian creatures hunkered down behind some protection of their shield gauntlets. Not wanting to waste his rounds on wearing down their shields, he rushed their position, taking a few more sacrificial hits, then leaping over the barricade. John aimed, taking out one of them in a single headshot from above, and then the other 2 bullets to the back of the head. Quickly, he stowed his rifle and snagged one of their gauntlets, a plasma grenade, and a needler. Next, he ran for a second group of grunts, tossing the grenade. It stuck to one of the grunts' tanks, but he didn't stop. He didn't have to. They were dead already. He targeted another pair of jackals as the plasma grenade detonated behind him, emptying the needler. Thin purple shards struck their shields and armor, crackling, then detonating in a massive combined explosion that blasted the aliens apart into the pink mist. The 4 remaining grunts dispersed chaotically, waddling as fast as their stubby legs would allow them, carrying them back towards their phantom. 2 of them clownishly ran into each other and fell over. He tossed the needler, pulled his rifle over his shoulder, magnified, and then took them all down with 4 consecutive shots. Chief Browning's in trouble. 2 jackals were closing in on the medic. Browning had been separated from the pod, rifle, evidently out of ammo, his sidekick lying nearby, and the birds were circling, toying with him. The kid appeared frozen, no doubt, trapped in the past, reliving the trauma he'd endured at the hands of jackal wardens. But as soon as one reached for his arm, it jolted him into action, and he spun away, flipped his rifle, and slammed the stock into the jackal's face, attacking with ferocity, a ferocity that was startling. John withdrew his sidearm, took aim, and fired 2 quick shots, ending the fight. "Run for the tunnel," he told Browning, retrieving the fallen sidekick and tossing it over to him. "Don't look back, I'll cover you." "The Phantom is on the move," Joy said. "Odd that it's waited until now." Agreed. John gathered the rest of their supplies, and the group took off as the remaining war skiff tracked them down, guns blazing. "New plan," he said, sweeping Browning off of his feet, tossing him over his shoulder, and then using every ounce of his enhanced speed to sprint toward the canyon wall. To the medic's credit, he parked his elbows on John's armored shoulders, aimed his rifle behind them, and fired at the second inbound skiff. But he was soon out of ammo and couldn't reload in this position. The vessel came on stronger, then slowed on approach, matching pace, the banished gunner taking pot shots. Browning's legs covered John's sidearm holster, so he reached up and pulled the medic's sidekick from his hip holster, turned slightly and fired, hitting the pilot and the gunner. The skiff dropped altitude, flying so close over their heads that John could have reached up and touched it as it veered away and crashed into the sands nearby. Reaching the wall, he held tightly to Browning and climbed one-handed, his reflexes and armor redistributing his balance to allow for quick ascent up the short, irregular sandstone cliff as Joy gave him more bad news. "There's another Phantom inbound." "Master Chief, we've got incoming," Browning yelled. John glanced over his shoulder at the first Phantom. It had now come around and was now screaming down the canyon towards them. He picked up the pace, just reaching the tunnel's opening as plasma fire peppered the cliff walls. As soon as he cleared the entrance, John ran deep into the tunnel, dumping Browning onto the ground, a safe blast a distance away, then raced back to the tunnel's mouth, where he retrieved the remaining frags and supply bag. "What are you doing?" Joy asked, making sure they can't follow. John primed the grenades and then hauled it back to Browning, covering the medic's body as the tunnel's entrance blew sky high, cutting the banished off from the incursion. John's optical sensors adjusted to the tunnel's dim light, allowing him to see perfectly, while the exterior light on the sides of his helmet cast a beam for Browning to safely follow. 2 meters above them, the railway continued, but unfortunately, there was not another pod. Somewhere further ahead, along the line for Rise's High to summon. At least, that's what the Huragok had indicated to Joy. The alien creature bobbed several meters above them, leading the way, its bioluminescent glow casting additional light and shadow on the sandstone walls, its occasional whistles and clicks echoing through the tunnels. The medic moved at a slower pace. His dark hair was powdered with sand and dust from the desert fight, some of it sticking to his face and mingling with his dried smear of blood beneath his nose. He was coming down from the adrenaline high of the fight, the fatigue, minor wounds, and concussion now making themselves known. Rise's High paused in the middle of the tunnel, turned, and then floated back towards them, coming to a stop in front of the injured young man, blocking his forward path. "What's it doing?" Lucas asked. At Joy's mental nudge, John lifted his hand and opened his palm. Her holographic form generated as the Huragok emitted a sense of clicks and a low whistle. "It's offering to heal you." A skeptical frown burrowed into Browning's forehead. What can it do that medbots aren't doing already? Human nanotechnology is rudimentary to the Huragok. "I believe it means to enhance the TNTRs and to offer some minor repairs for your shoulder, nasal bone, and the nerve fibers in your brain to negate the symptoms of your concussion." Browning's gaze shifted uncertainly to John. Even though his vitals and internal recovery stats were looking good, the kid was hurting. John dipped his chin, giving him the encouragement to give it a try. All 6 eyes on the glowing Huragok's head blinked in unison. The soft, squishy respirations of its gas bladders filled the quiet space. 3 of its tentacles moved forward. Lucas stiffened but did not shift away, his lack of audible refusal giving Rise's High the go-ahead to proceed. The flowy end of one tentacle landed softly on the medic's left shoulder, another on the goose egg on his forehead, and a third on the bridge of his nose. Hundreds of ultra-fine, needle-like cilia, even with his enhanced display, John could barely detect them, emerged from the tentacle tips and wormed their way into Lucas's body. The cilia so fine that he didn't even flinch. Almost immediately, his lids grew heavy and then closed. John took the opportunity to check his 6, listening intently and staring down the dark, cavernous tunnel, knowing that their time was running out. While it couldn't be sustained, he didn't think Joy was wrong. Jagar Adumni was somehow tracking Lucas and seemed intent on spurring them ahead. And John's only option right now was to put as much distance between them and the Blade Master as he could. In minutes, the Huragok removed its cilia and tentacles. Lucas opened his eyes, carefully rolling his left shoulder and then gingerly feeling the bridge of his nose. "I guess you were right," he said, somewhat dumbfounded to Joy. Curious, Joyce leaned forward. "How do you feel?" "It doesn't hurt. It's more like soreness, like how it would feel after a week of healing, maybe." "Remarkable," she replied, clearly in awe of the Huragok's abilities. "My head, though." "What's wrong?" John asked, concerned by the medic's confused expression. "Nothing," he answered, as if a great revelation had dawned. "Nothing's wrong. No pain. The fog is gone." Rise's High clicked and whistled and then floated quickly 10 meters down the tunnel before pausing and facing the right wall with an expectant look. "Guess we're heading that way," John said as Joy's holograph disappeared. "Let's go." Once they caught up to the Huragok, Joy attempted to map the small access corridor that branched off the main tunnel, but the lack of results on John's display told him that she hadn't gotten very far. He wasn't that surprised. Magnetic frequencies were known to interfere with LiDAR and mapping sensors. The field being emitted by the rail system was too strong for the system to overcome it. Her soft sigh filled his helmet. Well, I gave it a shot. We'll have to wait until we're out of the magnetic field's range, and then I'll try it again. Understood. John easily grasped her reluctance. Neither one of them wanted to rely solely on the Huragok for directional support. The next half-kilometer was traversed in silence, and not long after that, Rise's High veered into a large niche set into the wall out of the way of the tunnel itself. The niche contained a low platform supporting a smooth black surface of the 4-meter wide translocation pad. Browning followed Rise's High onto the pad's surface without question. Their presence activated a holographic control panel, which he generated a series of glowing Forerunner hieroglyphs above. Rise's High floated before the glyphs and began selecting certain signals. "Getting on, Chief?" Browning asked. With a resigned sigh, John stepped on to the translocation pad and steeled himself for what was going to come next. As Rise's High's tentacle passed over the last Forerunner signal, a cocoon of compressed slip space enveloped all of them. The world outside dissolved, and in an instant they were somewhere else, leaving John's inside scrambling to catch up. Browning dropped to his knees, gagging and gasping. Jesus, what the hell just happened? Local slip space travel, John ground out. It doesn't have the greatest effect on humans. I'd say that's a massive understatement. Browning dry heaved as Rises floated over, hovering above the medic like a concerned patient. John knelt and retrieved a water container from the supplies Esparza had packed. "Here," he said, opening it. "Drink this. It'll help." Browning took a few sips, and shortly, as the worst of his sickness passed, he stumbled to his feet. John gave him a few more minutes to recover and stepped off the pad to take stock in their new location. The translocation pad had deposited them onto a large platform extending over a deep chasm. Half of the platform had been shorn away, and one section of it, supporting pillars, had collapsed. John walked to the edge and saw dozens of sentinels working about 10 meters below, cutting through the debris, their emitter beams casting imminent blue light into the deep darkness. 12 meters across the chasm, enormous walls interspersed with levels, ramps, corridors, and chambers, rising from the depths and soaring high overhead, their silvery alloy etched deep with straight lines and angles. They were in massive underground Forerunner facilities, which had seen cataclysmic destruction. Rise's High clicked and whistled. "It says this will lead us to the surface," Joy said. It blinked its 6 eyes innocently before floating towards a passageway behind them, leading away from the chasm. Browning followed, and John retreated from the edge of the chasm as a familiar translucent grid built on his interior display, indicating his Mjolnir mapping system was coming back online. He opened his comm suite, hoping that too might be able to penetrate the maze of structures and reach to the surface and send out a ping. But there was no return. They were too far underground. While disaster lay all around them, the Huragok blazed a steady path upward. Several times, beams and debris blocked their way, forcing them into side corridors and access tunnels where floors and ceilings were cracked and walls had particularly caved in. Through some larger breaks, John observed more sentinels working diligently to repair the structures. Eventually, the presence of a gold-colored alloy inlaid in the floors and walls evoked a sense of déjà vu. He was just about to re-embark on it when Joy said, "Chief, does this look familiar to you?" "Unfortunately, it does." They'd come full circle. We're back in the silent auditorium. The entire facility had begun to collapse after John had killed the Harbinger. He'd been saved by the sudden appearance of a portal, which had whisked him and Joy away to safety, spitting them out clear across the ring. Now they were back, led astray, it seemed, by the Huragok. John hung back, scanning for threats, while ahead, Browning picked his way carefully over the debris, the Huragok lending its assistance when needed. So far, they were the only life forms within sensor range. Rises High is ignoring my inquiries, Joy said, miffed. Why would it lead us here, of all places? It's a good question. We started this journey to learn what secrets the Harbinger placed in Browning's mind, Joy said, to unlock his Gaius, and hopefully relieve him of it for good. And the Huragok read that Gaius, and now, here we are. There's a connection we're missing. This can't be a coincidence. The corridor had led them into a dimly lit chamber, once gleaming with dark gray alloys, shining gold inlays, and austere cubic statues. A partial wall collapse had crushed the far side corner, laying open to entry into a main silent auditorium chamber. Browning and Rises High had already entered. John cleared the anteroom and stepped cautiously into the main chamber, entering along a raised gallery that overlooked the circular hall. The area had been cleared of larger debris by the sentinels, but small chunks of metal and debris still littered the floor, while its high, domed ceiling was lodged tightly with collapsed beams from above. Through crisscross sections, John could see the pulse of blue laser beams indicating the sentinels were at work in the ruins high above them. John descended from the gallery, following Browning down into the main chamber. Rises High floated towards the great circular seal inlaid in the floor where the Harbinger's body still lay, where it had fallen, resting on her side as though she were sleeping, her large crimson headdress on the floor beside her. The side of her pale blue face was pressed against the floor, her molluscan beak open, revealing the single fang-like oral feature set to her lower jaw. John watched the Huragok hover over the Harbinger and nudged her gently, as if trying to rouse her from sleep, before using its tentacles to lift one of her cephalopod arms by the wrist and dropping it. The smack ringing across the entire chamber. It let out a sound like a mournful whistle at the Harbinger's lack of response, sinking lower as it probed her armor. It's looking for something. While I think it's not a stretch to say whatever rises I found in Lucas's mind caused it to lead us back here, it definitely didn't tell us everything. The Huragok clearly had its own agenda. The important question is whether or not the agenda put them in danger. And right now, it was too early to tell. Chapter 32. Silent Auditorium, June 7, 2560. As the Master Chief stepped onto the circular seal and scanned the area, Joy felt a tinge of sadness for the loss of its once grand architecture. Though it had been a place of judgment, imprisonment, and execution, according to the Harbinger, the Forerunners had spared no effort in showcasing their engineering talents. The place had been a shining silver and gold work of art. The trio of massive, stylized statues mounted at evenly spaced intervals around the chamber remained, though two had sustained some damage. Upon direct view, the upper portions resembled geometric renditions of standing cloaked Forerunners, heads bowed as if gazing down over the dais balconies at each of their bases, all of which overlooked the great circular seal of the Eld inlaid in the floor, itself surrounded by 6 inwardly bent pillars. The windows that framed one side of the chamber were now cracked and partially blocked by debris, and beyond them lay enormous repositories containing thousands of silexes. Rises High left the Harbinger's corpse and floated to the terminal near the base of one of the cubic statues. The Chief, and by extension Joy, kept a close eye on its movements as it attempted to gain access. In seconds, a panel of golden hieroglyphs glowed above the terminal. Holographic hieroglyphs, glowed above the terminal. The chief moved closer as the Huragok extended a tendril to touch a section of symbols. What's it doing? I don't know. It's blocked me completely. The terminal is... Wait a second, she said, detecting a surge of energy. It appears to be activating one of those statues. Those are the same devices the Harbinger used to send her message. You're right, but I don't think it's sending a message. It hasn't opened a channel. The statue suddenly flared to life. Golden light gathered through its straight angles and lines, rising up and growing in intensity until a bright, blinding orb coalesced. The power surge is incredible. Chief, I'm detect... A beam shot out from the statue, enveloping the Master Chief. Brilliant light filled his visor, and the Mjolnir armor sensors, onboard computers, and all went haywire. Before he could move, he was pulled by force unlike anything Joy had ever detected. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending and warping around him. I'm detecting a quantum distortion, Chief. Her voice sounded sleepy and warped, and her process became sluggish. What's happening? His reply crept out in a slow baritone. My armor, I can't. Energy not only surrounded the chief's form, but filled him, going through every fiber of his being and somehow through her own matrix. From armor to body, dissolving them both into light and pulling them into the statue. The last thing Joy registered was the sight of Browning, standing at the edge of the energy field, his eyes wide with horror. The silent auditorium disappeared and then reappeared from one blink to the next. The transition was abrupt and jarring. One moment, they were in the ruins of the silent auditorium. The next, they were back, standing outside the perimeter of the circular seal. But this wasn't the ruins they had left. The silent auditorium was pristine now and gleaming. The mounted statues loomed tall and imposing, their surfaces lustrous under the warm glow of surrounding lights that ran through the walls. The seal at the center of the floor pulsed with energy, its patterns shifting and changing in a mesmerizing dance. What the hell just happened? The Master Chief's voice drew her attention. Joy glanced over and saw that he was staring at his hands. There was no physical substance to his body. He was an echo, a rendition of light maybe. She couldn't be sure. Wait, if you're there, then... She looked down and lifted her own hands, stunned to find that she was standing beside the Spartan, no longer a tiny avatar, but a life-sized apparition. I don't think we're here, in the physical sense at least. They had been reduced to ghostly spectators. 3 imposing figures entered the silent auditorium. They were over 3 meters tall and dressed in similar one-piece gowns, covering them from head to toe. The garb appeared as though the material had been poured over the figures, lying draped like silvery cloaks of liquid armor. The cowl-shaped coverings over their heads left their faces exposed, but their features were shadow-like by the bizarre material. Shadowed by the bizarre material. The effect was stern, and they radiated nobility and solemn power as they moved along the circular gallery. Behind them floated 2 monitors in spherical casings, one small, with a green central eye, whom Joy immediately recognized as Despondent Pyre, and the other, it was an unusual design, twice as large as Pyre, with an eye that glowed molten gold. The trio separated and took up position on each of the balconies extending from beneath the 3 statues. Chief, I think I know what this is. The 3 forerunners, the 3 statues, their effigies, durances. The forerunners used them to house the memories and biological patterns of those who died. What are you saying? We're in a memory? Joy struggled to make sense of all of it. The technology familiar yet unfamiliar. She could only posit what she already knew with what was happening now. Not just any memory. I think, given the silent auditorium's purpose, we might be about to witness what happened to the Endless. Chapter 33. Silent Auditorium. 97,368 BCE. A tribunal of 5 had gathered. The Grand Edict stood on the balcony and stared, upon the great circular seal of the Eld inlaid upon the floor of the silent auditorium, as the inspector, Mauritius, and chief judicate took their seats. They were among the last of the Criterion. Joining them in tribunal were this installation's monitor, Despondent Pyre, and the Medarch class Ancilla offensive bias. For as long as memory served, the Criterion had played their parts, however small, in the grand scheme of Forerunner destiny. Their will had helped shape the fabric of the galaxy, society, always from the shadows, where their influence could extend without the tarnish of scrutiny, and sometimes their secretive endeavors steered courses that would otherwise have run wild and untamed across star systems. In this chamber, where echoes carried, where they resonated with the weight of eons, the Grand Edict knew that today's decision would be no less impactful. The fate of an entire and quite remarkable species rested squarely on their shoulders, though in truth their fate had already been decided. As the Zalanan delegates and their servants' tools were led into the silent auditorium, the Criterion remained standing. It was the least they could do, given their deception. In the Forerunners' vast efforts to index life throughout the galaxy to conserve it, store it, and prepare it for reseeding after the flood had starved to death following the activation of the Halo arrays, how had they missed such an intelligent and highly advanced species? Once they'd been discovered, the Grand Edict and his companions had left the Lesser Ark and traveled to Installation 07 to open a dialogue with the Zalanan. During the journey, probabilities and eventualities had already been discussed, and initial preparations made. Over the last few cycles of dialogue with the enigmatic species, they knew what must be done. All was prepared. His gaze swept over the Zalanan. The Grand Edict had seen many varied species in his long, long life, but these beings were quite unique. While all possessed mollusk and cephalopod-like characteristics, no two looked exactly alike. Their armor was also seemingly unique to each individual, and was glorious in detail and stateliness. In just the last few daily cycles of study, the reports were troubling. The Zalanan origins remained unknown. The potential extent of their abilities was alarming. Also peculiar was the presence of nature of their respective familiars, thralls that were seemingly extensions of their Zalanan progenitors. Were they created or were they bred? Reports thus far had been inconclusive. Such was the Zalanan enigma, that it was theorized by some that perhaps their kind were not indigenous to Path Tolgrith at all. The Grand Edict smoothed his robe and sat. "You have been invited here under the auspices of parley," he began, his voice resonating throughout the chamber. The lead Zalanan inclined his head slightly. "We sense deception in your invitation," he replied. "And yet you come. We are curious by nature. Your sterilization of organic life and the effort to make amends is intriguing. That and your installation lies poised on our doorstep, does it not?" Indeed, under the guise of offering aid, the Halo Ring now orbited the planet where the Endless had been found. "Your existence and survival are unexpected," the Inspector Emeritus said. "Many years have passed since we purged the galaxy of life to eradicate the flood. We have now begun the reseeding of the worlds, with those species preserved within the very ring and others, yet we found you here, alive. Our survival is simply a consequence of our nature. We are endless. Endurance is our existence." These words came from another Zalanan, one noted in the initial salutations as the Harbinger. "We monitored every word, every system," the Inspector said. "Nothing survived the firing of the Halo array. nor, it seems, did you arrive here from a galaxy outside of this one. Perhaps there are things about this one that you do not yet comprehend. The chief judicate leaned forward. Yet you refuse to expound upon your origins. We believe it is our right to refuse. Another delegate with deep indigo skin, wrapped in pearl white armor, separated itself from its identical twin and moved forward to speak. We're explorers, observers, and scholars, she said, her voice a whisper that seemed to come from all directions. We seek not to conquer or destroy, or to impose our will upon the others. We are beyond such things. The chief judicate's eyes narrowed. He had always been the coldest, the most dispassionate among the Criterion. Your very survival reeks of danger. There is a design for the future already set in motion. This design must be protected. As stewards of the galaxy, we must ensure its safety above all else. Silence settled around the delegation. You fear us because we are different, the Harbinger said, accusatory in her tone, her eyes blazing with frightful intensity. We fear you because you are unknown and powerful, admitted the inspector. Were you in our position, would you not feel the same? You speak of survival. We have sacrificed much to ensure that the galaxy may once again prosper. We seek only to exist, the soft-spoken, smaller Xalanin restated. Existence at what cost? Challenged the chief judicate. Your existence threatens the nature of order. Humanity is destined to inherit the mantle of responsibility. Their guardianship cannot be compromised. The Endless exchanged glances that transcended the auditory communication. You lured us here under the pretense of peace, the Harbinger voice hardened. Yet you have already judged us. Indeed, the Criterion has discussed at length the potential threat the Endless posed. The risk of allowing them to remain free, the activation of the Halo, and the Pyrrhic last resort measure to starve the flood had reset the board, allowing every species to rise once more without the direct influence of Forerunners' guiding hands. Through this, some measure of balance had been restored to living time, but the Xalanin represented an unknown variable in this cosmic equation, an evolutionary imbalance that could not remain unaddressed. You must understand, the inspector said, we cannot jeopardize the stability of the galaxy on the promise of peaceful intention from an unknown species, especially one with such the ability to endure. We have lost so much already. The risk is simply too great. The chief judicate rose to his feet, his shadow falling across the delegation like a dark omen. We have reached judgment. As the inspector stood, the Grand Edict drew in a deep breath and also rose. It is of the Criterion's opinion that the Endless be separated and interned within this installation. Your abilities contained, and studied until such a time as alterations render you safe, if such a thing were possible. The circular floor of the silent auditorium instantly came to life, enveloping the delegation before they had a chance to even react. They struggled, but the containment field did not bend. Imprisonment will not quell our spirit, the Harbinger proclaimed. Nor will we accept this atrocity without repercussion. Your judgment is flawed. But it will protect what we have sworn to safeguard, the inspector said sadly. And that is all that matters. We are the Forerunners, the chief judicate intoned. We have conquered the flood, safeguarded the galaxy, and reseeded life. The mantle of responsibility's next stewardship is secured, and it will not be you. The Endless delegation was ushered away, their fate now bound to a very weapon that had failed to destroy them. Once the Xalanin were gone, the Grand Edict released a tired sigh. If they cannot be purged, they must be contained, the chief judicate told them once again. Balance must be restored. The Grand Edict agreed. Balance restored. No being will ever learn the truth of what we have done here today, the Inspector Meritus said. This is our darkest moment. Our eternal shame, forever hidden and buried within these rings. It must be done, the Grand Edict said. We have no choice. Is there agreement, consensus? The inspectors asked, wanting to be certain. The chief judicate dipped his head. There is. They could do only what they thought was right, what the mantle dictated. But even so, the Grand Edict's heart was heavy. They had sworn to protect the galaxy from all threats, no matter the means. And before the Forerunners departed Path Tolgrath on their final great journey, they had to make certain that life and living time would exist in harmony, and that the mantle would shelter all. As his dais carried the Grand Edict to the floor, his companions left him. He alone stayed behind, staring up at one of the 3 effigies erected in the silent auditorium. They were dignified things, a suitable resting place. The monitor's despondent pyre and offensive bias floated next to him, awaiting instructions. As reluctant as you are, you must study the Xalanen, learn the secrets. If you can achieve this, then in the ages to come you might secure their freedom. He knew the road ahead would be difficult, the challenges many. The Criterion had always understood what many had not, that in the grand theater of existence there were roles that must be played, out in the darkness, so that the light might prevail. And bargains struck beyond the closed doors often bore more significance than those paraded before the public eyes. And so, the Forerunner condemned these beings to imprisonment, not out of malice, but out of fear, and a deep-seated sense of duty to preserve the galaxy's best hope for the future. Will you reconsider Grand Edict? Despondent Pyre asked. And stay? No, it's been decided. The Forerunner's time will soon come to an end. The Criterion has agreed. And when our time comes, our memories shall reside here, in the Durances. He pulled his gaze away from the statues to regard the monitor, her green eye encased in her carapace, staring back at him. For such a time as they might be needed. The Grand Edict sighed for all the hardship they'd endured. You will see to it personally, he asked. Of course, Grand Edict. Your Durance will be housed securely within the effigy. Good. Very good. He then turned and walked away. Soon enough, he would be back here, interred forever, his biological pattern and his memories kept safe. The monitor and the Ancilla floated silently alongside him, ever ready to execute the Forerunner's will, and in their unwavering presence, the Grand Edict found a sliver of solace. He was not a path walked alone, but one shadowed by custodians who would carry the Forerunner legacy long after he himself had faded into obscurity. With a final glance, he left the silent auditorium, his thoughts already moving to other concerns that required his attention. The perpetual motion of governance that waited for no one. Chapter 34, Silent Auditorium, June 7, 2560. Jaga Ardumni stormed into the silent auditorium, a few dozen banished mercenaries fanning out behind him, weapons at the ready. Methodically, he scanned the circular chamber, taking in the ancient statues as the seal and the seal at the center, hunting for his prey. His cybernetic arm whirred softly as it clenched and unclenched his fist, preparing, waiting, eager to face the Spartan once more. Unlike what had occurred following their confrontation at the House of Reckoning, the Master Chief would not leave this chamber alive. "Demon," he roared. The space answered back with a whispering echo of his own voice. "Find him," he barked. Immediately, the banished force scattered, leaving the main chamber to search beyond the silent auditorium. On the edge of the seal lay the lifeless form of the Harbinger. Jacob marched across the chamber. He didn't need a scan to tell him that the kill wasn't fresh. She'd likely been dead for days. Her triangular headdress rested on the floor near one of her slender hands, undamaged, as was the rest of the crimson armor that she wore. He suspected the Monitor's core had somehow been stored within this technologically advanced suit, and Jaga was eager to break it open and uncover its secrets. Satisfaction filled him. Allowing the Master Chief to rescue the human pet had been worthwhile indeed. The power to control the Halo was now in the banished hands, and while the Spartan might have escaped him for now, all was not lost in this regard. Pain could be inflicted in many ways. A prize still remained, and the scent of the human sphere lingered close in the still airs. The trembling human hid behind one of the 6 pillars that jutted like appendages from the floor. Panic and adrenaline wafted through the air, a potent cocktail to any other predator. But it only deepened Jaga's revulsion. This unmistakable odor of weakness was as sickening as it was enraging. Advancing on the pillar, Jaga reached around its base and dug his claws into the human's shoulder. Disgusted that the skin punctured so easily, he lifted Lucas off of his feet to the sweet cry of pain. "Where is he?" The pet's eyes rolled back in his head, fear and post-traumatic rendering himself uncommunicative. Jaga shook the human hard, denying his retreat to unconsciousness, his prosthetic mandibles clicking with impatience. "The Spartan, where is he?" The human's eyes darted wildly around as he stammered, "He's gone." "I don't know where he is." Jaga squeezed his shoulder. "I swear, he left just before you arrived." After everything the demon had done to save and keep this human alive, Jaga found his disappearance puzzling. Had he gotten what he wanted from the human's mind and simply abandoned him? While the Spartan was brutal and inefficient of killer, his loyalty to his species was strong. There must be another explanation. Yet Jaga could not deny the Master Chief's absence. Scanning the chamber once more, his gaze lit on the engineer hovering hesitantly in the shadows behind another set of bent pillars. The Huragok peeked its rubbery head around the device. It blinked several times before floating out and gliding towards him. Orange and yellow bioluminescence was rare in a Huragok. In fact, Jaga wasn't certain he'd ever seen these colors before. The color matched the small spots of bioluminescence blood found in the railway tunnel and along the ground of the access corridor. And when Jaga had found the translocation pad, it had strangely been left with its holographic coordinates in place, almost as if. Intrigued, he released Lucas Browning and turned his full attention at the Huragok, more fragile and far weaker than the human. A Huragok's only asset was its extraordinary affinity for technology, regardless of its origin or design. Jaga knew these creatures well. The prophets had hoarded them and used them during the time of the Covenant. Some banished clan leaders had commandeered them into their ranks as well, corrupting them by necessity, making them compliant, using them to access bounties and Forerunner technology, as well as repair, enhance their fleets. The engineer hovered and, however, seemed untouched by banished hands. Why was it with the Master Chief? When not affiliated with the banished, engineers were peaceful, abhorring violence. The idea that one would willingly comply with the Spartan, exposing itself to the harsh reality of combat, was most intriguing. "What secrets do you hide?" Jaga wondered out loud. His gaze sharpened as he stepped closer, curious as to the reactions of his proximity and what they might elicit. Surprisingly, it did not shy away. Rather, it closed the distance between them, unafraid, extending its tentacle, one that bore a small, coagulating laceration. Its thin cilia slid open, and seekers extended, encircling the prosthetic arm. The contact interfaced directly with this advanced cybernetic system, bypassing all need for verbal communication. The cold detachment he felt from the engineer was unexpected. Jaga could not tell for certain whether this was part of the creature's nature or merely a result of duress, but he was certain that this was not a simple Huragok. It had been with the Spartan and Lucas for a reason. You have assisted this human, have you not, engineer? He asked. Affirmative. Why? I am compelled. His hands snaked out, claws closing around the engineer's rubbery neck. Explain. He ground out impatiently. Compelled by whom? Jaga glanced at the human. He, too, had once admitted to being compelled. Time will tell. I am compelled. By who? The Harbinger? Time will tell. I am compelled. Jaga squeezed tighter, repeating his question, but the reply was the same. No matter, it appeared this engineer possessed a similar compulsion to Lucas Browning, driven in some way to help the human, connect or seek out the Harbinger, perhaps. Or the two. The Huragok offered a much greater advantage of bending this engineer to his will, as he had done with so many others. Might be far more fruitful than torturing the Harbinger's pet had been. With newfound direction, Jaga pulled back from the engineer's touch, mandibles spreading into a feral, twittering grin. He released the engineer and bent to one knee, grabbing the human by the neck and leaning in. It would appear your usefulness is finally at an end. Sneering, Jaga drew back his cybernetic arm, activating his blood blade and plunging it deep into the human's gut. His victim's sudden shock intake and breath rang with a sublime hiss. His eyes went round, body frozen, mouth agape. A sight Jaga had witnessed many, many times before, and it never failed to satisfy him. Does it hurt? He asked, in a vicious whisper. The shock on the medic's face bulged, the veins in his temple and forehead, and his eyes filled with a gratifying mix of horror and disbelief. Rapid gasps burst through his mouth, a result of shock, pain, and the rapid thumping of his heart. You demented son of a bitch. This drew a long chuckle from Jaga's throat. While his inclination was to draw the blade up and burn it straight through the torso, he withdrew it instead, not as a mercy, but to allow the human to die very slowly, an agonizing death. Wherever he'd gone, the Spartan would be back. He was too loyal to his kind to do otherwise, and when he returned, Lucas Browning sat slumped against the pillar, gasping and pressing trembling hands to the wound as warm, sticky blood oozed from the cracks of his cauterized flesh, the smell of burnt skin and tissue sickening him. His head fell back as he swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing heart. Without immediate attention, he knew the injury would be fatal. Frantic adrenaline surging, his gaze locked on Rise's High as it hovered above the seal. He lifted a hand in its direction. Help me, please. They'd had an unmistakable connection, as weird as it was. Rise's High protecting him, healing him. If anything could quell the catastrophic destruction within him, it was this strange creature. Please, Lucas said again, louder. Rise's High stared at him for a long moment, as Jager Adumni bent down and slipped a hand under the Harbinger's waist, drawing her up under his arm, then walking away, her lifeless hands and strange backward feet trailing along the floor. Please, Lucas begged the Huragok, help me, like you did before. Relief washed over Lucas's face as the Huragok moved forward. Yes, thank you. But Rise's High wasn't coming to his aid at all. Instead, it stopped above the Harbinger's headdress, gathered it up, and then trailed after the Sankili. Stunned, all Lucas could do was watch in horror, as his best chance at survival just floated away like a dog at Jaga Dumnai's heels. No, don't go, please. No, God, no. The tears stinging his eyes now as he slapped the floor in anger. As the harshness of the reality set in. He didn't want to die here, not like this, not after everything he had been through. Burning rage swept through his chest, tears spilled hot down his cheeks. He clutched his stomach and let out an enraged guttural yell to the metal echo of Jaga Dumnai's fading footsteps. The only bright spot in all of this, maybe a curse more than a blessing, was that his mind was clearer than it had ever been in months. The thoughts made him laugh, of course it was. His shoulders shook as he cried. He had been a puppet, dancing on strings pulled by an ancient entity with a grudge, used by the banished, beaten and tortured and starved. And he was goddamn sick of it. Through his watery vision, his gaze lit on the console that Rises High had accessed before the Master Chief and Joy disappeared into the shaft of light. With his dying breath, he wanted all of them, Jaga, the Harbinger, the Banished, all to pay. How many times had he been at this precipice of death in the last few months? If he'd learned anything during this time, it was how to suffer, how to take it, how to push through the pain. The medbots in his system were probably on overload, but maybe, just maybe, with their help he could last just a little bit longer. Gritting his teeth, Lucas dug his heels beneath him and pushed, sliding his back up the bent pillar until he was back on his feet, the effort nearly costing him his consciousness. Panting and sick, he cradled his gut and stumbled across to the circular seal. Each step was a battle, each breath a labor. His vision swam, darkness encroaching. But he fought until he reached the terminal and collapsed against it, going in and out of consciousness, vomiting bile, experiencing waves of intense pain and euphoria until everything around him turned to blackness. He came to, jerking with alertness and blinking back the dark haze around the edges of his vision. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, but he'd continued where he left off, struggling to his feet and then slapping a bloody hand on the panel. A holographic interface sprang to life before him, symbols floating in the air, just as they had when Rises High had accessed the panel before. He closed his eyes, giving his head a hard shake, trying to stay lucid, trying to remember the order. He touched the first symbol, then another, and then another, seeing in his mind's eye the same pattern as before, sweat beading his brow cold and calmly. His breaths were shallow now, but he persisted, driven by the single-minded purpose. As he engaged the final symbol, the interface pulsed and golden light shot through the statue's etchings, gathering intensity as it did before, thrusting a radiant shaft of light upon the circular seal. Lucas's knees buckled and he crumpled to the floor, knowing he'd probably hastened his death thanks to his actions. But, hey, in the end he'd done it. That was all that mattered. Through the slits in his heavy eyelids, he saw the large green shadow emerge from the light. Darkness finally pulled Lucas under. He expelled a weary breath and then went willingly. Chapter 35. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. One moment they were visitors within the Grand Edict's durance. The next, they were thrust back into the Silent Auditorium. For a few seconds, lines skated across John's heads-up display as if malfunctioning, but that seemed to be the only differential he noticed. A quick status check told him that his armor and onboard software were functioning within normal parameters and his vitals showed no adverse effects from whatever the hell had happened. As unbelievable as the event had been, he'd come out of the durance unscathed. Another of the librarian's unlocked gifts allowing for such an interaction, perhaps. Joy. No one answered. Concern flared, but instantly burned out as her dazed voice filled his helmet speakers. "I'm here, Chief. I thought I had a good understanding of Forerunner technology, but clearly I was wrong. That was incredible. I've detected a slight time deviation," she said curiously. "We weren't in the Grand Edict's memory for long, but over an hour has passed here in the Silent Auditorium." As she spoke, a warning flared across the TNTR monitor bar in the corner of the HUD as it rebooted. Lucas Browning's health stats had hit rock bottom. "Hold that thought." John located the medic and immediately crossed the floor to where Browning lay collapsed, his back against the same console that the Huragok had used to activate the durance. The medic's head hung to the side, hair obscuring his eyes. His limp hands covered his stomach, fresh blood oozing between his fingers. "Oh no," Joy said. "How?" Getting the answer to the how would have to wait. John knelt and quickly assessed the situation, lifting Browning's hand away to see the long rip in his flight suit. He grabbed the burned edges and tore the material wider, exposing the 20-centimeter vertical wound in his right medial quadrant. Energy blade. He'd seen the injuries like this too many times to count. The wound's perimeter was mostly cauterized, but small ruptures had opened through the blackened skin and tissue, allowing blood and fluid to leak from the cracks. With a thought, John queried the Medbot interface, but it was slow to respond. Joy. She should be following along. She was always following along, often providing comprehensive feedback before he even had to ask. Sorry, Chief, she cleared her throat. I'm on it. Her slow response and the fear in her voice told him all he needed to know. Joy had never experienced the loss of someone she'd come to know, and seeing Browning in such a catastrophic condition was probably startling. Thankfully, she was able to put her emotions aside. The TNTRs are experiencing a momentary lag. The injuries destroyed several hundred of the Medbots, which has caused the remaining suite to take up the slack and subsequently overload. They've rebooted. I'm reconfiguring the Medbots' priority directive. They'll converge on the wound, debride the burned tissue, and stimulate clotting. As John listed, he retrieved the canister of biofoam from his waist, shook it, and then stuck the nozzle into the wound. Sorry, kid, this is gonna hurt. The moment the foam began filling the wound, Browning's eyes flashed open. His body arced as though struck by an electrical current. His mouth dropped open in a soundless scream. Then he collapsed into unconsciousness again. The biofoam would hold vital organs in place while also encouraging clotting and tissue repairs and acting as an antibacterial agent. John had been the recipient of the field dressing hundreds of times over his career, and there was no getting used to its bite. Every fresh application felt like thousands of sub-zero needles biting into your wounds. Biofoam was supposed to numb the pain, but in reality, its application hurt so badly that it simply overshadowed the pain of the original injury. This will encapsulate the wound and buy him some time. John glanced around the chamber. We'll need the Hurgok's help. Without it, no matter how effective the biofoam or how diligently the Medbots work, the chances of surviving superheated plasma boiling twin paths into your guts were nearly zero. Chief, Rise's High is gone, as so is the Harbinger's body. Joy was right. The chamber was now empty. As the implications settled over him, John drew in a deep breath, his fist clenched tightly as he regulated his reaction. Decades of training experience had taught him how to stow emotions and move on, to funnel that energy into the mission at hand, to be a good leader. And now, this was no different. At Joy's nudge, he opened his hand, and her avatar stared up at him, worried and uncertain. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what else I can do. It's okay. You've done all you can. The shadow of a smile crossed Browning's ashen face as he came to again. Feeling better already? He paused, taking a moment to catch his breath, wanting to say more. Take it easy, Doc. The Hurgok, it left with him. With who? Thought John already had a pretty good idea whose energy blade had caused Browning's mortal wound. Jaga. Rises High left with Jaga. Jaeger Ardumni. Joy asked in disbelief. Voluntarily? At Browning's nod, she muttered. I knew there was something fishy about that overbloated gas bag. Chief, Browning reached for John's arm, but missed. I don't want to die down here. You won't. Browning tried to laugh, but all that came out was a wispy wet sound. What's that saying? Don't make a promise if you... I can, John said, with complete conviction, and I will. I will get you out. He'd seen soldiers in similar conditions continue to march and fight, the foam keeping their insides together. But it was a temporary solution. It always was. If they didn't get medical attention within 1 or 2 hours max, sometimes less, they'd burn out and die right there on the battlefield. The medic's gaze focused on John with sudden clarity, tears filling his eyes. Thank you for rescuing me, for everything. Tears rolled down his face. It's enough that you tried. John's throat grew thick. All he could do was dip his head in response. He wasn't under any illusion. As much as he hated to admit it, Lucas Browning was going to die. But John was fast. He might not be as fast as Kelly, but he sure as hell could get the kid topside in the time he had left. He wanted Lucas to know, after all that he'd endured, after the months of suffering, that he had not been forgotten. That he mattered. That he wasn't going to be left alone. Joy, how long do we have? She answered in the privacy of his helmet, as he knew she would. With our administration, survival probability has been lifted to 10%. The medbots are mitigating immediate hemorrhage by sealing vascular breaches, and I'm initiating a program to stabilize shock and cardiac function, but it's only temporary. How long? 30 or 40 minutes. Damn it, find us a way out. While Joy accessed the silent auditorium system through the console in order to plot the best way out of the facility, John pulled out his self-adhesive medical dressing from his pack and stretched it over Browning's wound, sealing it tightly, and then repeated the process 4 times using the entire stock. Carrying the medic across the shoulders was far from ideal, but as long as he draped him left side across versus right, the foam and dressing should hold. Once the dressings were done, John fished out the emergency dose of polypseudomorphine from the health pack, pulling the safety tab from the injection trigger. Joy emerged from the console. I got it, but Chief, Jaga left banished forces behind. They're blocking the fastest route out of here. It's likely he knew you'd try to. We'll deal with it as we go, he said, jabbing Browning's thigh with a double dose of painkillers. John wasn't surprised to learn the enemy lay in wait, that the Sangheili Blade Master had chosen to leave instead of face him. A fight now was too soon for a sadistic monster like Jaga. The Spartan killer wanted to drag it out, to stalk and torment, to cause as much suffering as possible, so that the Master Chief would pay, in many more ways than one, for killing Escharum. As the Polysu worked its magic, John loaded fresh clips into his assault rifle and sidekick, stowed them, and then retrieved Browning's rifle from the floor, repeating the process and propping it against the console. Ready? He asked Joy, holding out his hand. As she stepped onto his palm and disappeared into his armor, her routine populated inside the display with a handy nav arrow. I'm ready. Lucas, who'd been drifting in and out of consciousness, gave a soft, pained moan as John picked him up and draped his body carefully over the shoulder. I've got you, Doc. Taking the Browning rifle in hand, John headed across the chamber, telling Joy, start a cycling distress signal encrypted to Echo 216. At the silent auditorium's exit, John paused and looked back. The chamber had a dark history. It had been a place of judgment and execution, the place where the Harbinger met her end, and the place Cortana had spent her final moments. It would not be a place the medic lost his life as well. Chapter 36. Silent Auditorium, June 7, 2560. Squeezing every ounce from his enhanced reaction time, reflexes, and endurance, John rushed through the silent auditorium complex, traversing its labyrinth of corridors, chambers, and light bridges, sprinting up ramp after ramp, over and around obstacles, over after obstacle. So far, Browning's baseline 10% was holding. After a clean shot down a 200-meter passageway, John's motion sensor began tossing enemy indications into his display. First round to banish, Joy said. At the end of the corridor beyond that door. Keep an eye out for a power seed. We'll need it. John scanned the area for the Forerunner version of a battery and energy source stored within the mobile cylindrical casing. Sure enough, there was a bump out along the wall up ahead. As he approached, he saw a telltale bar of hard light glowing within the wall receptacle. Inside was the power seed. There was another receptacle across the corridor, but this one was empty of its seed. The Banished had used it to open the tall, arched doorway up ahead and then close it behind them. Quickly, John detached the power seed with his free hand and carried it to the entry crucible near the doorway, setting it in the floor and then moving to the far corner to tuck the unconscious medic as carefully as he could against a wall. On the other side of the antechamber door, the enemy was waiting. "Oh, I know what those are," Joy said, darkly, as the Mueller threat sensor pinged and identified the species. "What do you get if you mix a flying monkey, an octopus, and a pint-sized harbinger? Skimmers. Annoying, yes, but easy to kill." As John inserted the power seed into the crucible, he felt the controlled build of adrenaline and the familiar battle-ready mindset settle over him. He readied his assault rifle. "It's time. If you can clear them out within 5 minutes, we'll be on track." "No problem." The door to the antechamber retracted. As soon as there was space to access the room, John slipped inside, hoping to keep the battle inside the chamber, so that it didn't spill out to where the errant skimmer might discover Lucas Browning in the corner. "Here they come," Joy warned. The skimmers swarmed down from above, their forms eerily reminiscent of the Harbinger with her slender limbs and useless backwards feet. They were small and agile and relied on 2 wing-like thrusters attached to their backs for propulsion. Most wore red or maroon armor on their heads and chests, but higher-ranking skimmers wore white, and they carried a mix of banished and human weapons swinging loose from their long arms. John opened fire. He tagged the first 2 skimmers in their heads, then tossed out the personal drop wall module that he'd been saving for this occasion. The energy shield flared up in 6 panels, offering him protection as he picked off the creatures one by one. Every time a skimmer hit the floor, it was another potential weapon in the bag. Careful of the shock rifle, Chief. A skimmer in white armor flew at high speed over the drop wall barrier, firing a highly charged electroshock blast. John took a direct hit. His shields dropped to 50%, and lines skittered across his HUD. As the strange creature barreled out of sight, and then straight again towards him. He sidestepped it this time, dropping his rifle, withdrawing his combat knife with one hand, and snatching the skimmer's wing with it, as the other as it flew past. As the momentum swung them around, he stabbed it into the creature's neck, quickly turning the blade up and ripping it out. Dropping the knife to grab his foe's shock rifle, he released the wing and sent the dying skimmer crashing into the walls behind him. John aimed the large shock rifle and fired at least its last 3-round burst, its electro laser taking down 2 more enemies. Shock rifle spent, he switched back to his MA-40, neutralizing another with several rounds to the thruster pack, causing it to burst into flames. Out of ammo, he ejected the magazine and shoved a fresh one into place. The next skimmer ate a round to its gut, causing it to spiral out of control before crashing into the floor. John pivoted his assault rifle, barking again as he tracked the next target. In his brief time here on Zeta Halo, he'd come to learn that the skimmers were erratic, their flight plans unpredictable. But his aim was true. The last one fell to the ground with a satisfying thud. Immediately, John retrieved the drop module and then hustled out of the antechamber to check on Browning. Pulling up expanded vitals on his HUD, the kid's face was as white as a brick of C10, and his body temperature was now dropping. As John reached for the medic's arm, the young man's eyes squinted open. "That was quick," he slurred, and then his chin dropped to his chest out cold. John checked the dressings, then hiked the lightweight medic up onto his shoulders, hurrying through the antechamber and its maze of small corpses. On the way, he reached down and snagged a fallen VK-78 commando from one of the dead skimmers, a couple of grenades, and another shock rifle before proceeding to the plinth on the other side of the room. After Joyous opened the door, he continued his mad dash to the surface. "Not long now, Chief," Joy said, as John cleared the chamber with a maze of broken wall sections and pillars. The route on his HUD displayed a long 400-meter access shaft ascending at a 25-degree angle and then level to the ground into a wide corridor which opened to a large entry port at ground level, enclosed by walls and three sides, and shaded beneath a high overhang. At the shaft, John put his head down, leaned forward, and ran, laser focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Without any debris or obstacles in his way now, he was able to push his speed to the maximum. Every second counted. Browning's baseline had dropped now to 7%. Gradually, all John felt was the burn of his calves as his thighs and his heart hammering hard against the inside of his chest, his breath echoing loudly in the confines of his helmet, his bodysuit working overtime to wick away sweat and regulate his increasing temperature. Second round of banished are parked at the exit, Joy said, as his motion sensor began picking up the signal, 7 meters ahead. The access shaft leveled out into the corridor. Ahead, daylight cut a slanted path across the end of the widening corridor. The opening was bracketed by 2 low, curving, parapet-style walls. It wasn't much cover, but it would have to do. "We're almost there, John," told the medic as he moved forward, keeping to the wall. Joy kept cycling the distress signal. "Don't stop until you get a reply." "Will do, Chief." 24 red targets solidified on his screen, waiting at the expansive ground-level port. Quietly, John knelt and deposited Browning behind the safety of the parapet. Propping his back against the solid wall, the medic's body had begun trembling, and his body temperature was beginning to bottom out. They were running out of time. John eyed the threats through his HUD. 12 grunts positioned in groups around the port, 4 jackals and 8 brute warriors stationed in pairs. 2 of those pairs guarded either side of the exits, just beyond the parapet walls. They'd have to be taken out first. Wasting no time, John withdrew the VK-78 commando he snagged earlier and moved to the corner where the parapet met the wall, slowly raising his head to get a visual of his intended targets. He swung the rifle up over the wall, placing the nearest brute head squarely in the targeting reticle. His finger slid over the trigger just as a lone grunt suddenly waddled around the opposite parapet wall. "Chief, I see it," he said, unmoving. Across the distance, the grunt's gaze must have landed on John's position because, a nasally "oh snap" rang out, and then it threw its hands up, turned, and ran. "Green robot alert! Green robot alert!" John swore and fired at the brute. The commando's 6.5mm round slammed into its skull. With blistering speed, he aimed at the second warrior and fired, aimed at the third and fired, and then the fourth. He had to track it as it ran for cover, but John tagged him in the back and then immediately swung the rifle around and ended the grunt with a shot to the back of the head as it turned and ran for cover. A barrage of enemy fire streamed past their position. John hurried back to Browning, where he set up a drop wall module in front of the medic. The shield flared to life as plasma bolts soared over their heads and slammed into the opposite wall, waking Browning from his stupor. "Do you know what this is?" John asked. The kid looked wildly around and then blinked several times in an effort to focus. "It's a one-way energy shield. Shoot through it at will." John removed the sidekick from his hip holster and stuck it in Browning's hand, curling his sticky finger around the grip. "If anything comes around the wall that isn't me, kill it." "Point and shoot." "Understood." Lucas suddenly noticed the shaft of daylight that cut across the door. His trembling still, and his expression became mesmerized. "Just a few meters to go, so hang in there, okay?" And Lucas nodded. John darted across the corridor and grabbed a dynamo grenade hanging from the dead grunt's waist, and then slid it around for wall cover. 2 brutes and a squad of 6 grunts stormed his way. He primed the grenade and flipped the leather handle in his hand and then threw it onto the floor in their oncoming path. Electricity sparked out before it even stuck to the floor. Lightning arced out, electrifying the first oncoming brute, and then the second, and then on to the grunts in chain reaction. "Nifty little thing," Joy said. "Find another one and we can end this fast. Just keep tabs on Browning. Anyone makes a move past me, I want to know." "You got it, Chief." Chapter 37. Silent Auditorium, June 7, 2560. Joyous monitored the Master Chief's comm suite as it broadcast and repeated encrypted calls for assistance. Now that there was nothing blocking their efforts, she increased signal emission and began sending out distress pings on multiple bands and radio frequencies, cycling automatically through channels. She could only hope that someone was within range, because they were nowhere near the rendezvous point the chief had given to 216 back in the swamp. In fact, Esparza had no way of knowing that they had gone from Lifeworker Archives back to the Silent Auditorium, of all places. Browning's body temperature had dropped now to 35 centigrade. Systolic pressure was creeping close to 75 mmHg. Millimeter inches. I have no idea what that stands for, so 75 millimeter Hg. No idea. Stark's panic rippled through Joyus's matrix as she directed every medbot to his heart and brain function. Like the Master Chief, she understood that there was zero chance the medic would make it. The treatment effectively delaying the inevitable. But she, too, wanted him out of the Silent Auditorium to let him die in peace. After all he'd been through, he didn't deserve that much. He deserved that much at least. John's movements were a blur, time counting down in the back of his mind as he worked to dispatch the remaining grunts and jackals, depleting the shock rifle, his MA-40 ammo, and then using the last of the commando rounds, his shields now dropping to 30%, before facing off with the remaining two brutes. At the edge of the port, the banished infantry circled him, hulking, gray-furred beasts working themselves into a state of frenzy. They were big, heavy, and slow as hell. "We don't have time for this," he muttered, diving for the mangler lying on the ground. He came up firing its red-hot spike projectiles at the brute duo, charging in unison. As the spike pierced one brute's neck, igniting and taking it down, John swung his left arm with his might, his fist and forearm connecting with the second brute's gut. An audible gasp spat between the beast's fangs as John spun and then kicked the side of the brute's knee. Bones crunched and the Geralhani warrior roared. A mangler blast to the side of his head and he was done, splattering blood and brain matter all across Master Chief's Mjolnir. His visor burned off the fluids and gore, ensuring the view stayed clear. "That's all of them," Joy said. "Chief, hurry." John spun around and ran back to the sheltered port. "Oh no." The abject fear in Joy's voice filled his helmet at the same moment. A blip appeared on his radar and a banished dropship decloaked on approach to the entryway. John swore, altering course immediately, scanning for carnage and weapons. He snatched up a partially loaded carbine and a shotgun, which he slung onto his back, and two plasma pistols, and as a dozen jackals and another 6 brute warriors dropped onto the ground. He'd never make it back to Browning in time. It was over. All he could do now was keep fighting. As the dropship departed, John opened fire and the enemy scattered for cover. Just then his comms lit with static. "Chief," Esparza's voice rang out. "Esparza," Joy cried. "Your signal came in loud and clear." John fired both plasma weapons and then ducked for cover. "We need immediate extraction now." "Hang tight," Esparza's voice crackled again. "Got a lock on your coordinates, inbound in 5. Lucas Browning didn't have 5 minutes to spare. "Make it 3. John fought with everything he had to hold off the onslaught, sustaining multiple minor injuries as his shields dropped to 0. Minor, but they were going to start adding up and slow him down. "Chief, that is most definitely not a Pelican." "Echo 216 copy," John called. "Almost there, big guy. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the Pelican's in the shop. I have a fancy loaner in the meantime." "Where did you?" Joy started. "I'll explain when I see you. Get ready, we're coming in quick." "We?" she echoed. John dove behind a stack of crates, and what appeared to be a banished phantom swept in hot and low, maneuvering to a hard hover 3 meters above the ground. Its side door already open, filling the space, were 4 Sangheili in orange and green armor. They leapt to the surface. "Meet my new friends," Esparza said. Under heavy fire, John didn't have time to question it. If those massive Sangheili were fighting on his side, That could only mean one thing. They were the swords of St. Helios. And their odds had just flipped instantly. The elite warriors fanned out and activated their energy blades, trapping the banished force between them and the Master Chief, then began cutting through the fray with precision and speed. With renewed strength, John eliminated the 4 jackals closest to his position and then emptied the shotgun he'd taken to the rushing brute. Sending the large warrior to his knees, John finished him off with his combat knife and then scanned the port. The Sangheli could handle the dwindling banished force now. John sprinted for the parapet wall. Lucas's heart rate had slowed, and his inhalations were now shallow and weak. Chiefies, I know. John gathered the young medic in his arms and ran. As he raced towards the exterior, he saw Esparza had landed the Phantom and was now jogging onto the port. The moment dropped to a crawl. Esparza waved, a wide grin on his face. The Sangheli warriors polished off the last of the enemies and turned John's way. The pilot's smile froze. His forward motion lost steam, realization sliding into a slow, horrified track down his face as John raced past him, Lucas limp in his arms. John cleared the port and then slid to the ground on a grassy knoll, digging his heels into the dirt to stop his momentum. He didn't want or need to see the damn statistics on the Medbot warning on his display, prompting Joyous to disable their alerts. The message was clear. With his heart still thundering from the exertion of battle, he looked from the vibrant landscape down to Lucas Browning. Hoping with everything he had that the kid was still with him, enough to hear, "Doc, wake up, we made it." Chapter 38. Exterior Port, Silent Auditorium, June 7, 2560. Warmth and light bathed his face. The clear scent of soil and pine tickled his nose. There were other smells, metals, exhaust, ozone, plasma, and of course blood. But they paled in comparison to the fresh smell of air and land and mountains and clouds. Lucas was jostled, propped in arms, the back of his head resting against armor. He would thank the Spartan if he could for a promise kept, but his mouth no longer worked. In fact, he didn't feel anything at all, and that wasn't such a bad thing. The brightness beyond his eyelids beckoned him. With effort, he cracked them open and was greeted with blurry black-bordered framing of vast blue sky that stretched out for days, white clouds floating, green pines standing tall. A mountain rising at the edge of his vision. Peace settled over Lucas Austin Browning. UNSC Marine Combat Medic, citizen of Aluvon, settler of Casimir and Fielding Smith High School's all-star left fielder. Two years running. Only son of Marcus and Betta Browning. Brother of Taylor, Penny, Adeline, Julian, Audrey, and Isabel. He should have died months ago along with his friends. But maybe wherever he was heading, they were waiting for him. Preferably at a hole-in-the-wall sports bar where Cam, Murphy, Joe, and Stone would have saved a seat for him. Chapter 39, Encampment Lifeworkers Central, June 8, 2560. Just before dawn, they gathered for Lucas Browning's funeral. Fernando stood near the tree line with Cor, Rav, Kidda, and Skull. Gainey and Hightower were there, along with Dr. Schaff and the medic, Janina Yu, Commander Thompson, and Lieutenant Cardenas. There were others in attendance. Marines who had helped lead them out of the jungle just a couple of days prior, and ones that he'd met recently who shared a surprising connection to Lucas. In a normal world, the gathering would have been considered small, but here on the Halo, where most died in battle or in some dark, banished prison, alone and left in the elements of incinerators, this gathering was much more respectable. The burial ground was located in a tranquil area away from the hustle and bustle of the encampment, past the central platforms and the monoliths and Lifeworker Central's maze above the ground buildings. Down a long colonnade, hang a left around a corner, and the pathway spills into a small clearing. This land on this side of the facility sloped downward, eventually dropping off and then rolling out into the jungle's canopy like a carpet of green grass as far as the eyes could see. And beyond it, even in the soft light of dawn, the shadowed curve of Zeta Halo rose into the sky where stars still twinkled across the canvas of the dark blue. There were 17 graves here, stretched in rows of 4. The long rectangular humps of dirt assigned with makeshift markers made of wood and stone and pieces of metal debris. They stayed back near the jungle tree line as the tall Spartan in muted green armor, with the tiny blue AI in his hand, stood at the foot of the newest grave. And the marker the Master Chief had stuck deep into the ground. A piece of flash-burned titanium plating with the medic's name stretched onto its blackened surface. The Chief had used the sheet metal to dig the grave, despite his exhaustion and the dozens of wounds on his body. He had eschewed all offers of help, and Fernando knew it had been something that the Chief had to do on his own. Otherwise, the Chief hadn't engaged much with anyone else since Fernando and the Swords of Sing Helios had rescued them from the silent Auditorium Island fragment. A rescue that had come too late. John 117 had sat on the crest of the grassy hill just beyond the edge of the port platform with Lucas Browning in his arms as the young medic took his last feeble breaths. And he hadn't had much to say since. Not that he was a big talker anyway, but it was clear that the loss had a significant impact. The Phantom's journey back to the encampment had been quiet. Cor had taken control of the flight, and Fernando had sat in the troop bay with the Master Chief, their backs against the hole. Joyeuse had appeared on the Chief's limp hand, her small avatar staring at the medic's body. Then her shoulders had slumped, and her head hung low as well. Occasionally, she snuck a glance at the Master Chief. And when she did, Fernando saw a surprising amount of emotion displayed on her face. She was stricken with sadness and concern. He saw guilt and confusion, as if she also struggled through the process, all the nuanced feelings bombarding her. It was like a reminder that while artificial in the majority of ways, she had been created from a living brain and therefore possessed all of the natural human emotions that came along with it. Fernando hadn't been able to stop his tears either. They'd welled up and flowed down his cheeks, and his chest ached with grief, with anger, and with guilt. That after everything Lucas had been through, they'd failed to save him, or bring him back here where he might have healed and continued on. They'd been so close. War was never fair. He knew that. They all did. But it would be a while before they'd be able to gain some distance and live with the losses. One by one, the attendees left, leaving only the looming shadows of Kor and his brothers. Eventually, they too departed, heading towards the colonnade, their tall saurian forms and naturally threatening presence not easy to get used to. Even now, when Fernando happened upon them, at first glance, they still took his breath away, instilling a second or two of instinctual primal fear. But the Sangheili had stayed true to their word. They had flown the damaged Pelican into the alpine region of one of the island fragments, and there, in a sheltered rock canyon, Fernando had been greeted by a group of soldiers and survivors. Among them, he could learn where Spartan Nina Kovan, Eric Bender, and Robin Dimmick, three of the people that Lucas Browning had saved that night. At the battle of the Mortal Reverie, it was for them that the courageous medic had drawn in the banished and led them away, and his horrific life as a prisoner had begun. There had been time to get to know the three very well. They were tight-knit and light-lipped, had obviously been through hell together, and upon learning Browning's fate, seemed to retreat further into themselves, devastated by the bad news. Alone now, Fernando approached the grave and stood next to the Master Chief and Joy. He wanted to tell them that they'd done the best they could, and that without their efforts the medic would never have made it outside, to die with a sense of freedom only a wide-open sky could give. But he knew the words would not comfort them, not today. Far in the distance, light from the approaching sunrise scattered through the cool, steel-blue atmosphere, creating a thin pink horizon line across the halo's metallic edge, drawing their gaze as the first rays of sunlight reflected off of its surface and shot across the ring. While Fernando hated Zeta Halo with all of his heart, even he couldn't deny that the event was breathtaking. It was, all things considered, a peaceful spot for Lucas to rest. Chapter 40, Lab Facility, Lifeworker Central, June 11, 2560. There, that should do it, Joy said. Having broken through a hidden access point that revealed a network of chambers extending multiple levels beneath the ground, just a fraction of Lifeworker Central's complex, Joy had relocated Dr. Jeannie Dawson and her team from the monolith adjunct to the sprawling lab within the newly opened facility. She had been working for the last 3 days, directing 4 of the brightest technicians in the encampment to assist in repairing the sub-monitor carapace that Spartan Kovan and crew had scavenged at Joy's behest. This was the 3rd damaged carapace they'd attempted to repair, and finally it appeared as though they had succeeded. The spherical alloy casing with the concave sides had been soldered back together. Its central photoreceptor and impulse drive had been repaired, and Joy had thoroughly explored its internal processors and central control with ease, thanks to its outer fractal defenses and internal firewalls having been left deactivated. Simply put, the intelligence that had operated the carapace had apparently abandoned it. Some monitors on Zeta Halo were designed to self-repair if possible, otherwise they transferred to another shell or allowed themselves to perish, as most possessed duplicates stored within certain sections of the ring. This one had obviously determined imminent destruction and fled. It was the perfect vehicle in which to house Jeannie's genetic imprint and personality pattern. With carapaces being scarce and extremely difficult to repair, it had been decided among Jeannie and her team that they would join her within the monitor's matrix. There was more than enough room, after all. The Forerunner's ability to create quantum processing space within the monitor's controller was unparalleled. Each scientist would have ample room to partition their own individual imprint and pattern, and after several forays into the carapace, Joy had set up these partitions, and the science team had been installed into the controller. Joy had run meticulous tests in each scientist, making certain that each one was able to function within exact parameters so that no individual was more powerful than the other. Decision-making would be done with equality, and that was a decision that Joy took no part in. While in many ways they would work as a whole, they would also emerge individually, and this could be denoted through the central eye photoreceptor, which would cycle through and assign color for each scientist: green, yellow, orange, white, and purple. Jeannie had chosen purple, and it was her eye that now cast an illuminating light across the lab as the carapace lifted and hovered above the console where Joy stood. All systems are functioning within normal parameters, Joy said. How does it feel? Strange, Jeannie answered. Like we all have our own workspace with a central command or communal gathering spot, as all good science facilities do. Let's test the hard light emitter. The eye shifted color and emitted a beam that generated the doctor's human holographic form in a life-size and nearly lifelike detail, just as before when Joy and the Master Chief had met her in the monolith adjunct. Jeannie lifted her hand and looked down at her body. Seems to be working well. We'll run a 24-hour test and work out any of the kinks. I've made backups of each individual pattern and will store them here in case of any issues. Though I would admit your test area to stay within the Dazzler Dome for the time being. We agree with the assessment, and we thank you for your assistance, they said in unison. Joy smiled and responded, no problem. After thanking the 4 technicians, Joy released them from service. They were tired and hungry and had worked very hard. It made her think of the Master Chief. He, too, had been working hard, going out every day, monitoring the dome's perimeter, climbing into the hills beyond the jungle with Spartan Kovan, taking banished patrols by surprise, clearing outposts, and then blending back into the jungles. Joy supposed she had been doing the same thing, staying busy and distracting herself to keep the grief at bay. Chapter 41. Ardumni Keep, June 11, 2560. Jaeger Ardumni grabbed the Huragok and squeezed its fragile, rubbery neck. Try again. Its tiny mouth opened and released a high-pitched scream. Over the last 3 days, Rise's High had been confined to the chamber where the Harbinger's body lay at the examination table. They had yet to find out what the Blade Master was looking for. With disgust, Jaga flung it aside. Its gas bags inflated and deflated beneath the heavy red control yoke it now wore as it recovered. Then floated back to the table. Within moments, its cilia began once more to carefully root their way into the Zalanin's enigmatic physiology and armor. Jaga didn't remotely pretend to understand the deeper nature of such things, but he found it peculiar, almost unsettling, the ways in which the Huragok seemed to respect and care for the Harbinger's body. All scans to date showed no indication of Forerunner technology attached to the Harbinger, much less despondent Pyrus encephalon cores stored within. He'd scanned both body and armor, finding nothing. His rage grew with every failure. Jaga strode to his command table. My patience grows thin, he muttered, his mandibles flaring out and then twittering closed. An audible click went through the room, and Jaga spun around. The armor's chest core had been opened, the engineer's cilia now infiltrating deeply but deftly into the Zalanin remains. He marched to the table. Is it there? A few moments passed before its cilia withdrew into the ends of its tentacles, and the Huragok shrank back, its eyes growing rounder with fear. Jaga's hands snaked out and latched on to the engineer, bringing it close. Rise's Eye timidly wrapped a tentacle around Jaga's prosthetic arm to enable a temporary dialogue interface. Is it there? Jaga demanded again. There's no trace of the encephalon. What do you mean, no trace? Logs show the core was at one time stored within the Harbinger. Logs show the Harbinger lost the core to the Ancilla. Designation CTN 0453-0, aiding Spartan 117, the Master Chief. At the mention of this name, Jaga's rage ignited. His mandibles flared, and he roared immediately, activating Ghost Piercer with a flick of his arm. The flash of red lit every one of Rise's High's eyes as the engineer scrambled away in stark terror. His chest heaved, the bloodlust uncontrollable. With enormous restraint, he stilled the desire to kill. The Huragok was worth far more alive than dead, especially now that the Encephalon core was out of his reach. Jaga deactivated his blade, but the chaos and fury inside of him remained. It would never be assuaged. Assuaged. Not until the Master Chief, the Spartan, and all of humanity bled, complete annihilation. He would not stop until every last one of them suffered and burned. Chapter 42. Encampment, Lifeworker Central, June 12, 2560. John stood in the clearing and stared out over the green carpet of jungle in the distance. Joy was back in his armor after successfully assisting the scientists in their quest for mobility. He felt her lurking, but she, like him, didn't seem to know how to start any dialogue. They'd both tried before, but the words quickly became stilted and awkward, and they'd given up. Her last attempt to talk still sat heavy within him. I was scared, Chief, really scared. I didn't know what to do, how to help. I didn't want him to... I know, it's going to be okay. What else could he say? They'd both been there throughout the effort to save Lucas. And they had both been there when he died. End of the story. No point rehashing things. They already knew. They didn't need words. The important thing was that they were together. He had her back, and she had his. And that was a comfort in and of itself. But losing the medic had taken a toll, and John felt wearier than he had in a very long time. Chief, Joy's soft voice filled his helmet. We have company. He'd seen her coming. He noted her progress down the colonnade and around the corner, stopping several meters away from them and from the burial ground. He'd learned Nina Kovan could be as quiet as a mouse when she wanted to be, but now she seemed hurried, and he could hear her quick breath from here. Chief, Kovan's monotone voice split the stillness. He turned away from the view. Kovan had ditched most of her armor long ago, saving only its fusion reactor and her helmet. Now she operated with a patchwork of salvaged Spartan and ODST armors, and rarely wore her helmet at all since it was continually on the fritz. But he'd never once heard her complain. You need to come now. John turned back to the grave site, gave it and the view one last look before leaving with the Spartan. When she started to jog, he knew it must be serious. As he came through the encampment, apparently heading towards the corridor comm center, a crowd gathered, consisting of some of the toughest and most effective Marines in their retinue. They parted when they saw Kovan and him, revealing the presence of Esparza and a Sangheili Commander Thompson, and the hard light projection of Jeannie Dawson, her sub-monitor carapace hovering nearby. They were all staring at him with varying levels of anticipation. Joy gave him a mental elbow, and he lifted his hand so she could appear. Master Chief, Kovan, Joyus, Thompson greeted them. Dr. Dawson and her team has just completed their first foray outside of the dome, covering 3,000 kilometers of intact Halo Ring, and they found something of great interest to all of us, Doctor. A holographic map generated in the air above the table depicting a 3,000-kilometer strip in question. Several areas had been highlighted. We picked up multiple UNSC signals in these locations. Some are quite strong, Jeannie informed them. Did you find the Infinity? John asked, stepping closer. We used the ship's unique identifiers to formulate specific locator pings. We did not get a single return. It is possible that the vessel is somehow cloaked and beyond our current capability to detect. However, we were able to use the long-range camera to record visuals where the UNSC signals were detected and originated. The visuals were projected into the air, and though the feed was not ideal, no one could dispute that they were seeing large groups of UNSC survivors had banded together in several areas, more than the Chief or anyone else here had seen on the ring so far. At the sight, reactions of relief and excitement moved through the crowd. The implication sank in that so many had survived, and what it might mean for the near future. The banished were still an ever-present threat, and the endless potentially being released was a complete unknown. A wild card. Jaga was out there still, without any real loyalties other than to his own vengeance. And somebody very dark and dangerous lurking within the Zeta Halo had stolen Despondent Pyre's core. They had a lot to keep them busy if they wanted to secure this ring. And now, with additional forces, they could launch a concerted effort and make a bigger impact. That was even accounting for the signal that had been sent out by Kovan, Horvath, and the boat crew. Another variable that could help turn the tide of war if it reaches friendly forces. John's weariness faded, and the hope that had dimmed now began to burn a little bit brighter. There was a very real possibility that among the survivors were Dr. Halsey, Captain Lasky, and Commander Palmer, and maybe Blue Team. "What do you say, Master Chief?" Thompson said. "You ready to go on a search and rescue mission?" John glanced down at Joy to find her staring up at him. Her small, encouraging smile told him that she too had been energized by the news. "Ready whenever you are, Chief." "Me too," Esparza said, coming up beside them. "We're in." Gainey and Hightower called from the back of the crowd. "The swords of St. Helios are with you," Kor said, as others throughout the crowd also voiced their readiness. John glanced at the commander and nodded, then turned towards the crowd. "Let's get to work." I'll read this for Kevin. He's got 2 more pages left. Epilogue. Vadam Keep, St. Helios, June 12, 2560. Thelvadam stood at the edge of the observation tower, gazing out over the burrows and tenants populating the valley and the foothills of Kolar Mountain. Warm, dry wind whipped at his belted red tunic and bathed his dark skin. When the circular roof, supported by 10 stone columns, the open-air tower was the tallest structure in Vadam Keep, rising from the natural spindle of rock jutting up high on the mountain slope beyond the tower were 2 colossal statues of Thel and Mac Vadam, with their bowed heads and swords. Crafted from the rock 3,000 years ago during the War of Beginnings, they stood guard on either side of the open seams that split the mountain from tip to bedrock. And from that bedrock flowed the great underground river that cut a straight path through the foothills and the valley to spill into the flooded crater made by humanity's flagship, the UNSC Infinity. Vadam came here often to contemplate and to lay the framework of the future. As the leader of the Swords of St. Helios, his worries were great, and his ambition for unity even greater. What inroads had gained to unify the keeps and Kydons of St. Helios were now being undermined by the banished. For the last 6 months, he had dealt with their partial occupation of Suban, yet eliminating these interlopers from St. Heli's moon had been thwarted time and time again by shifting alliances and machinations of his own mind. A vortex of dust caught his eye in the valley below, cast out from the swift armored racer as it flew towards the narrow gorge leading to the mountain gate of Vadam Keep. She was angry. He could tell by the reckless speed of the crab. Vadam took one last look at the view and then descended the tower to meet her. Olympia Vale stormed through the Kydon's residence, removing her helmet as she went. She'd been right in the thick of the battle on Suban's Sector 5 mining facility, a fight that Vadam was supposed to attend. Not only had he not shown up, but he'd suddenly called off the strike that they had been planning for the last 2 weeks. Sharat Kuvadami waited at the contemplarium door. Vale attempted to regulate her expression, an obvious annoyance for the sake of the elderly St. Heli keepmaster, giving him a respectful nod as he opened the door. She marched over the threshold, past Vadam's collection of energy swords, straight towards the conversion table, where Arbiter Thel Vadam waited. The tall, dark-skinned St. Heli had not donned his customary gold-colored armor. Spartan Vale, he greeted in a deep, authoritative voice of his. Why was I the only one on Suban? What happened, Vidam? We've been working on this for weeks. It will hold. It will hold, she gasped at him. But when he didn't engage, she claimed, as the liaison between Sangheili and the UNSC, Vale had known the Arbiter for some time now. He was not a leader who made rash or irresponsible decisions. Well, she said, I know you wouldn't have bailed on me for no reason, and since you have had me return to the keep for this, I'm assuming it must be important. He hummed his agreement, his mandibles vibrating and his sharp amber eyes lit on hers intently. It could change everything. As Vidam reached for the device on the table, he waved his other in the air in contemplarium, and the contemplarium became encased by a shimmering purple energy field, one they often employed when discussing strategy and making battle plans. So, Vale prompted, what is it? This was picked up from one of our relay satellites beyond the edge of the URS system. A holographic decryption protocol displayed out over the device. While Vale was an expert at Sangheili, she'd always had a passable knowledge of most alien languages. She noted immediately the symbols being displayed. These are Forerunner. She read the stream as it automatically decoded into Sangheili script. This is from No, It Couldn't Be. Installation 07, Vidam said. Zeta Halo. A shiver went down her spine. Vale kept reading. It gives galactic coordinates of the ring and an embedded distress signal. This is UNSC. This is ours. Stunned, her heart began to pound. Requesting immediate assistance, she read. Infinity ambush feared lost. Ground forces overwhelmed by banished assault. Vale looked up at the Arbiter. Infinity went to neutralize Cortana 6 months ago, and they and the Halo disappeared, she said. We never knew what happened. The Arbiter stared at her in silence. Vale swallowed the lump in her throat. You're right. This changes everything. There you go, Kevin. It's the end of the book. We'll have to pick another one. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'm going to read through the chat. I'm going to use the restroom. And then we're going to talk about the book. We're going to play some Halo. We're going to have a great time. We're going to finish the awesome. It's going to be great. Shout out to Installation 00 again for the music that he allows us to use in the background. It's Care of Ambient Wonders, his YouTube channel, and it's been on board for every reading that we have done. And there's the bookmark. It's the end of the book. Shh. All right, check it out. Sit tight here. I'm gonna run and use the restroom. I'm gonna let you listen to Halo boot up, and then when we come back, we're gonna kick some ass and hang out together for the rest of the day. And speak of the devil, there's the sound right there. All right, guys, I'm gonna switch you. Well, actually, I'm not gonna switch you. I'm gonna let you have the big screen, the big picture of the planet here while I run out and use the restroom and reboot my coffee. I hope you enjoyed the book. I can't believe we got through it so fast. Just one bot that you missed. Did you guys delete it? Did you enjoy the book? Anyway, think about that, and I'll come back. Give me just a minute. And Halo's booting up, so be ready for that too. Oh, my legs! have returned. I don't know why I love to say that, but that's like one of my favorite things to say. Alright, I'm back. There was no chat, just one bot. You missed. Timo got the bot. I enjoyed the book. Malia was in and out of meetings while you were reading it. I mean, we knew that Browning was gonna die, right? We all hoped that he was gonna survive, but we knew he was gonna die. I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, if I'm honest. That was unexpected. We knew it was coming. They spent so long building his story, over 2 books. The epilogue was important. People want more of the Arbiter. I don't disagree with you. You're not wrong. I don't like reading the extras. I try to give people, like, it's not that I don't like reading the extras. I read the extras myself, for me, but it's always nice to, try to incentivize people to go and watch it themselves. I thought he'd get digitized with The Scientist. Yeah, it was interesting to me that they that the chief went back and relived the little tribunal thing that that they did for the Endless. I expected there to be like something else, right? So, you know, I'm gonna go and listen to what Martin thinks, and I'm gonna go and listen to what all of the people think, but you know, now that I've read the book, I could go chase all of the lore gods and see what they think about things and how they feel about it. But, you know, it's just kind of like that, if you know what I'm saying. The way I would cry if someone is commissioned for an Arbiter costume for Halo and I wasn't involved. Oh my god. Start building now, Lexi. Start building now. If you build it. Anyway, you guys enjoy the book then? How many of you had heard it in some other way other than with Spartan John reading it to you? We now don't have a book, so I'm gonna have to find another book to read for next week. There are many more Halo books to read. Okay, so we basically have read all of the Master Chief books now. All of them, okay? Unless a new one comes out. There are other books in the Halo universe that we could still read. There's the Forerunner saga, which is what Martin wanted us to read before we read Rubicon Protocol and this. And then there's a couple of other books out there. At Insulation 00, what book do you think we should read next? Everyone else who's a Halo fan, what Halo book do you think we should read next? Do you think that we should stick with Halo? Do you think we should take a break from reading? Do you think we should move to another series? Tell me about it in the comments and let me know. And I see you guys on YouTube as well, so thanks for being here and being awesome and listening to the books. Again, we get better and better at reading these most of the time. This is a pretty fast read, although I expected it to be faster today than it was. We actually went exactly 2 hours from like the time that I started to finish. So there were a couple of words in there that was cumbersome at the end, and a couple I didn't recognize. Anyway, thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm in the launch bay now, which is the Ace series epitaph. So I'm in the launch bay now. I'm ready to play some games with some people. It's going to be awesome, obviously because of you. And yeah, all sorts of good stuff. Oh, I'll show you what I'm looking at. There you go. Just eating this cookie and Nothing compared to the pronunciations in the Forerunner trilogy. That's fair. Like I said, there were a couple of words that got me this morning. This is a it's a lemon sugar cookie from Pepperidge Farms, because they remember everything.
You are going to get so tongue twisted on the Forerunner trilogy. It's not funny.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of words that like they just made up, so I'm gonna get to make up a lot of fun words. That sounds great.
A lot of names, a lot of fun words. Yes, it is full of them, and you have to remember it because they bring it back quite a bit. It isn't like a one-off, sentence or two. It's nope, they'll throw it at you again.
Oh boy, that sounds sort of terrible in a quasi terrifying way. Man, they got a ton of people going to this con. You excited, Kevin? You excited for the con? You coming to see it?
I'm not excited yet.
It's a week from today.
It is.
Yeah, that's right.
It is. But I've got more important things.
It's Game Expo, Washington Game Expo in Anime, Washington. It's next weekend in Puyallup Fairgrounds, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's the 6th, 7th, and 8th. You will find Spartan John there on Saturday. That's right, just one day this year. We normally do every day. This year you'll see me on Saturday. That's right, because Sunday I'll be watching the Super Bowl, because somebody chose poorly and scheduled it on top of Super Bowl Sunday. Like, if these planners of events would just talk to me first, I could save them so much trouble.
Hey, the first Emerald City Comic Con was on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, and then they moved it. You know why? Because nobody came. Sorry, that's kind of fucked up, but I'm just saying. Yeah, the Seahawks are in the Super Bowl. You know where I'm going to be? On my couch, hopefully with a Sam Darnold jersey, cheering on this team.
Where is the Super Bowl this year?
Santa Clara. So, the 49ers stadium. Yeah, it's just south by a few hours.
Did you see what they're doing tomorrow?
Who's doing tomorrow?
They're having a drone show, Seattle Seahawks drone show.
Oh, I had no idea. Where's that happening at?
I would guess downtown Seattle.
Probably at the stadium, I would guess. That's legit. That's cool as shit.
Yeah, I saw the Facebook advertisement by the Seahawks. They had the Seahawks in the emblem and done in drones. And
oh wow!
Said January 30th Seahawk drone show. So they're getting it all revved up.
Dude, it's so cool that they're going to the going to the Super Bowl this year. That's just, to me, that's just amazing. Like I said, I didn't expect them to win more than 10 games. I think at the beginning of the season, you go back and look at it, I was like, we're gonna win 7. Maybe I said 5. I mean, it was a very low number. I remember I was like, we're not gonna be good. We traded DK Metcalf, Russell Wilson was gone, Tyler Lockett was released. Like we had 2 dudes that I knew on the team. I was like, we're toast. Nope, we're in the Super Bowl. We're really damn good, and all of them dudes are good. So you know what? Fucking let's go. Let's go Seahawks. I listened to Tom Brady talk about how good how good the Seahawks are for 15 minutes this morning on my radio, and I was like, God damn, that's amazing. Hey, Krampus, how you doing, buddy? 7 stream streak. Nice job, dude. That's amazing. But yeah, anyway, it do be like that. It do be like that. Now I gotta get a new book. When's the... Well, now we gotta, wait for a game before the next Master Chief book can come out?
No, I would probably think there's a non-linear Master Chief book in the works.
I think that the Master Chief needs to expire. They need to... I'm shocked it's not higher, playing Helldivers again. Oh, okay. Helldivers, how's the PC running?
Hush. Hush. Master Chief expire. What is this talk?
You heard me?
You can't drop something like that and just go off onto Helldiver.
What are you talking? Master Chief is the character that I cosplay most. I'm most known for him.
And you're saying they should kill him.
I'm saying that in order for Halo to grow, the Master Chief must expire.
No.
Look, William Shatner was Star Trek. Do you disagree? For 30 years William Shatner was Star Trek. And Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley and Jimmy Doohan and Nichelle Nichols and Walter Koenig and I get it, the whole cast. But I'm just saying, as a symbol, William Shatner was Star Trek alone for 30 years. Okay, the Master Chief's back is no longer going to be able to carry the weight of the franchise after this last couple of games.
Expire.
He needs to become MIA. And we can't get him back. You gotta he's gotta take that journey. And then the rest of the characters can become strong and supported in his absence.
They can become strong and supportive without needing to
I don't know.
Pew Master Chief.
I didn't say he needs to be pewed. I said he needs to expire. Maybe he takes a nap in a cryopod and the cryopod fails. Or maybe he's again, he gets absorbed in a slip space, something never to be seen again this time. We're not gonna fall onto a planet and revive the Master Chief. We're just gonna let the Master Chief go so that new characters can be enjoyed without the burden of the Chief to foreshadow them.
The Halo story is how many years?
We're 25 years this year.
No, canonically in the universe.
Oh, yeah, Master Chief is 47 when we meet him on the ring in Zeta Halo. We're 47 years old, is what we're told.
Okay, but the war goes from is like 3 decades.
Yeah, correct. The war does go on for quite some time. That's correct.
We've got 30 years of content we could make.
Yep, yeah, we do.
Could become very interesting. That doesn't need to focus around Master Chief. It's not removing the main character that's holding Halo back. It's the storytelling and direction of what they want to use to tell the story. So
I see.
There's plenty enough space for other characters to grow and bloom and become things without the elimination of the main title character.
I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, so hear me out, all right? Unless Doctor Who shows up in the TARDIS and whisks him off to the Silver Team, timeline and grabs Spartan Kai and then whisks them back to the normal space, and this is fan fiction that nobody wants to write. And then they have Spartan kids and make more Spartans. That's the only way, right? Like, he can't just retire and be a dad. It's not possible. He can't just be Thanos at the end, where he's like on a farm with his armor like on a T-post in the middle of the cornfield. This is not the way. He's got
okay, but there's so much storytelling that could be happening in between everything that we don't necessarily need new story continuing on the timeline when the timeline is so wide of birth that we can have awesome stories told within it.
I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Kevin. I'm just saying that it's a hot take, but Lexi is right as well. Steve Downs did just say that he doesn't want AI cloning his voice, and he's 75. How much longer is he gonna be able to be the chief? I'm grateful that he wanted to shake my hand and take a picture with me this year. Yeah. That made me so happy. I cried in my helmet. Speaking of that, did you guys see this? I showed it off a little bit earlier. I've got to get another coat of gray on it, and then I've got to tape it. We got to tape it up, and then we got to paint it white. You guys think looking pretty good, huh?
Really, if you want to meet the true expectations of the fans in Halo storytelling, you can't go forward with Master Chief. The real story the fans want are about the Covenant and the war and the girth of the Covenant and Earth
the
fighting.
Girth. You heard it. Russian boat says he dies in battle with the Didact but ends up surviving, returning as a Spartan and becoming a trainer of the new Spartan program. Apparently. That's what Boat says. Ooh, not enough players to play Tax Slayer. That is unfucking believable.
They could also pull Oni pulls out clones of the Spartan 2s. And I'm not talking about Flash clones that have the genetic failure in them. I'm talking slow-grown clones that they've been cooking for a while.
Is there a slow-grown precedent for slow-grown clones in the Halo universe? Did I miss that?
They have not specifically mentioned that.
Okay.
They've only mentioned Flash clones.
Okay, sure. Hey, at Martin, are you watching today? At Installation Uwu, is there slow cloning in the Halo universe? Interesting question. 2 Saturday tickets, $45 a piece.
I mean, if you're a secret government organization that has a whole bunch of things going on at the same time, who wouldn't have backups of their Spartan projects and stuff like that? All that juicy stuff that, shouldn't exist.
Juicy. Yeah, no, I suppose that's fair.
They could decant Johnson or something.
Distilled Johnson. Interesting. You should at installation00 Kevin and tell him all of your like Halo theories that are uncovered. I think that he could make like a tinfoil helmet episode of Halo and like cover a bunch of them.
Oh, I'm active in different areas in the discords and stuff. I pop in and mention things.
It's tack, by the way.
More kills, more better.
No eyes. No eyes.
Center here.
Oh shit! What they all came in from three different directions. They came in on us there. Do. Oh, I forgot to turn on my heartbeat monitor. I'm gonna turn it on for you guys. I'll do it after this match. One up here.
One at the center room.
Dead. One on the right side.
Two by Bakota.
Yep, I got you. Pagoda
Pagoda.
with a P. It's a word, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Pagoda. The hallway right next to it. He's center now.
Roger, center.
Above Hickjaw. Just jumped.
Oh, two on.
Wow.
There you go. I got one of them. There were two there.
Yeah, these guys are
Traveling in pairs. Damn. Straight left, Kevin. There's one under you as well.
Yeah, these guys are jumping all over me. Man, my mindset is not sped up right now.
Yep. First match of the game, huh? First match of the day for us. We gotta get that fog out. Are we gonna get a Jimmy today? I wonder what Jimmy's doing today. Jimmy. Loading dock. By Crane. Two at Crane. One on the Pagoda rooftop. This is a song, la la la, Elmo song. Don't even. Oh, two on me. I killed one. There's one more at least.
Oh shit!
Shh.
Enemy halfway
God,
to
I'm
victory.
terrible. No, we had a quitter already. I wonder why we had a quitter. I wonder if they crashed or if they quit. No, shit. Two here. Working. Good morning, Jimmy. How's work? He's writing that code. Harvesting them booty shots. Get out of here.
Nice shot.
This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned
Two of
the
them.
world. Two, Rudder.
Shields are down.
I just traded one here. Work is going as you would imagine. I see. Jimmy walks into the woodshed and puts another log on the fire. The sauna is gonna be hot today. Fuck, two on me, son of a bitch.
Down below center. Down below center.
Close. Enemy shields down.
Ooh, damn it. On top of that main building. There's one also in the bottom center in the snow.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Oh, two on me this side, two on me this side.
Damn it.
You're doing better than me. 7 to lose. No ice. One here. No way. No way. I hope I at least provided some entertainment this morning. She lubricated her left hand. There's two in this room on my ex.
Defeat.
Oh my god. Look at that was a terrible match, Kevin. That was a lot my fault too. Shifting them gears into from reading to this sometimes is tough. Hey, thanks for being awesome with us today, by the way. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell your friends about us. All the soap opera moms. We're gonna do this again, Kevin. It might be the same.
Yes.
Might be the same dudes. Be ready. Gotta get that second match so that you can be ready to.
Yeah, it helps with that map is not a good starting map for tactical to begin with.
No, the sightlines on that map are pretty stellar. And that means that doesn't mean what you think it means, for the record. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Cheez-Its have returned. It's the snack of choice, by the way. Make sure you get your snack. Don't get hangry. Yeah.
Of the Halo community is humans versus cubbies.
Well,
or flood and flood. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I feel like we have a little more diverse community than that, and I think that the diversity is part of the. I don't think that diversity is a problem. I think that the diversity for the game has become an issue. It's divided some of the community. Because you have people that want, like, there's a huge droves of people who want playable elites. You give people playable elites, they want elite story. Halo 2 is really hard for me because they broke apart the story into two stories that sort of went the same direction. But for me, I just wanted to be the chief. I didn't care if the Arbiter came along on the journey. I didn't want to play that guy.
Oh, that's blasphemy for most.
I just wanted to shoot that guy in the face. He's like, oh, we're going to be friends now. And I'm like, oh, I'm still mad at you. All right, we'll be friends, I guess. I'm just saying. That was not my favorite part. And I'm not saying that I hate the character. I'm just saying that it wasn't for me. I just wanted to be the chief. So,
tell you the truth, I don't like the whole thing that in between Halo CE and Halo 2, because all of a sudden, or no, Halo 3, because all of a sudden they introduced all these armors and stuff, and Spartan armor was supposed to be special and high cost and so expensive that, you know, it was super rare and everything like that, and then all of a sudden they introduced all these different versions, and we're like, oh, here's all these different helmets, and here's all this armor. All of a sudden it made Master Chief not special. That armor not special. I mean, now we got 50 kajillion different armors and helmets, and I can't say that's a good thing.
I don't necessarily disagree with your take here. I understand what you're trying to say.
I mean, we got helmets that are birdhouses and whales and stupid stuff that just, you know, just like, where's it? What makes them? What makes them the? You know, our Spartan armor was supposed to be like the high-priced, like super jet fighter of the Halo universe, and yet now there's like
R spawn.
Any mix or match of them.
Right.
Their spawn. They're jumping.
Keep your head down.
Spawn.
Damn it, one on me.
In the door, their spawn. He's coming out to the middle.
No eyes.
Down below our spawn, our original.
Big window.
Above me.
Lost the lead.
Red room.
Blue. One in blue. One in blue.
Up top.
Legion.
Red room. Behind you, John.
Damn. I got one. I got him. I'm down.
Enemy halfway to victory.
And we've got a bot.
Yeah, we do.
Spartan down.
Red. Bummer Town. You can always go to Bummer Town. Bummer Town, where all the Spartans die. Bummer Town. I got nothing. Just killed Markets 117. Oh shit. Hey, they spawned two of these assholes right behind me. In going to red. Moving to red too. 10, huh?
In my sights.
No eyes. Still no eyes. Big window, I'm assuming.
Blue top. Blue top. Center now. By lift.
Oh, God. I'm dead. Two down there. I think one was standing there,
Team nearing
Oh, are you
victory.
kidding me?
and it spawned another on him, I think is what happened.
No need to tune that spread.
Enemy there.
Big window, big window. Still big window. No way. I'm shit. I am the shit. I'm not doing well. Save the bot.
Nice shot.
Oh, BS.
2 to lose.
Up on my body. 2 of them.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I got no shot. One down.
You are so much better than them.
No eyes there, no eyes there. 1 to lose.
Boom, Legion. Double kill.
Oh my god, nice. The bot, I just watched the bot beat a fucking player down and kill him, like on our screen. I turn around, the bot's fucking fighting him and then beats him to death right next to me. That feels bad. I don't care if they won. I just saw it happen. You all saw it happen.
A bot beatdown.
Yeah, that bot beat that guy down in a attack match, and I was like, ah, damn. Like, oh, I wish I had paid more attention. I would have had a better reaction, like, whoa, shit. You know? Oh, we're done. We're done with that. Can you do it again? I wasn't watching. No, I can't. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? No. Arena social. Minus griff balls. How are you texting with my wife? She's working. Oh no, she's not working. She's not working. She's off today. What is she doing? I don't even know what she's doing. She's driving and using Siri to talk to me. Is she going to town? What is did she say what she was doing? I mean, you're texting her and I'm not, so I guess I could text her myself. I didn't ask. Oh. Well, you should ask her. Tell her that her husband wants to know what she's doing. Tell her that her husband would love another Venti Vanilla Breve Latte delivered piping hot. And shawarma again. Although I don't ever get to have the shawarma because they don't have it. They ran out and they're waiting. They're supposed to have it again next month.
Shawarma.
So normally it's lamb. Normally it's
Right.
just a gyro instead. What's up?
You can get, I mean, yes, usually it's lamb, but they have like beef and other
Oh, yeah.
things too.
No, I know. I'm just saying that the local place in Gig Harbor doesn't have the shawarma right now because it's something to do with the cut and the seasoning. I think is what the gentleman said. But anyway, their baklava is pretty okay. Did you tell her, Nikki, or are you just laughing at me right now? You know, we're at the top of the She hasn't. Did you? Oh, you told her? That's funny. I'm sure she's gonna text me and be like, "What the fuck?" And I'll be like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I should have texted you myself." We're talking about your date. The one that you went on last night? I do pay attention sometimes to social medias. I try not to pry or ask because, it's a thing.
Speaking of social media, I actually rejoined TikTok since they got bought out.
Oh my god, you're on TikTok now? You've reacquainted yourself with your Chinese girlfriend?
I recovered my account. Yes.
Your Chinese your Chinese spy, you've recovered your account? Okay.
I had one whole post years
Oh,
ago.
oh my god. Did you follow me, Kevin?
Yeah, I think I followed. Yes, I think so. But now I hear that people are leaving because they
They're leaving now because why?
because of the buyout.
Oh. Well, I mean, whatever.
It's just like whatever.
You gave Jimmy and Joy the deets this morning. The details. I'm sure. I I hope that you wore a nice outfit and you went and had a nice dinner and you had a wonderful time. Maybe you saw a movie. Maybe you guys people watched at a bar and had drinks. All of that. Awesome. Especially if it was only the first date. Holding hands, that's okay too. First date, you can hold hands. You maybe kiss her on the cheek or something. That's really cute. And I don't know about any much. If it's a person that you already knew for a while, you'd probably, be a little more adventurous. Maybe. I'm just saying, Spartan John doesn't give it away on the first date. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Now, on the second date, this is a different story. But the first date, Spartan John doesn't give it away. Your wife says she went, and she'll be back. She will be back with coffee. Did you tell her about the shawarma? And I didn't give it away on the first date. That's good. I am proud of you. That's real life choices. Stick to your principles. Don't give it away on the first date. Yes. I did tell her about the shawarma. I'm pretty sure she was like, motherfucker. It'll give her a reason to go over to the Greek place, but we definitely made out last night. Okay. Okay. I see you. Like the Kraken, she was playing hockey. I got it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to respond to that. You had your hand massaged, huh? I'm not the one who dropped I made out with the person, like, hot on the... I'm just saying. My mind was on, like, God, what was that movie? Macaulay Culkin and the cute girl, he got stung by the bees and he died. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, like that was the love that you guys had, and you were just like, nah. We were like, You know, I'm just saying. Kevin doesn't even know what to say. What was the name of that movie, Kevin? You know which one I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
It was like, I feel like it was Macaulay Culkin was in this movie. I feel like maybe it wasn't Macaulay Culkin. Maybe it's like a different kid. It was like this cute girl, and they were like, "Oh my god, it's probably one of my wife's favorite movies." I can't even remember the name of this movie. The kid gets stung by bees and he dies. Oh. That guy's name is Fresh Kalk. That is hilarious. Oh, that guy died. Fell to his damn death. My Girl. There you go, Nikki. I think that's the right one. That's it. That'd be the one. I think that's one of my wife's favorite movies, I feel like. Bam! Oh, fuck. I missed it.
Which?
Oh, yeah. 2 on me in the pit. 3 in the pit in the middle. 3 in the pit in the middle. Oh, I'm dead. Good morning. Hey, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lord Adam. How you doing, buddy? Happy birthday from everybody at the Spartan Space to you. How old are you today?
So much better than them.
No eyes.
Want me?
One on me, one on me, one on me. God damn it. Killed one. There's one on me pushing to you guys. I'm up. I am 20. Man, I'm 23 years older than you.
What the hell?
I don't know. My shit didn't lock on him like at all. 2 on me, 2 with shotguns. How did you enjoy the book today? We finished the book today. I thought it was great, actually. It's nice. They're all out front at teleporter 4.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Enemy halfway to victory. Scheisse. I don't know if we're coming back from this one, Kevin.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, damn, I can't believe I didn't get him. Have I ever told you that you look like the guy in charge of the Spirit of Fire from Halo Wars? No. You've never told me that.
God damn it.
Captain Cutter, is that his name? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Oh, one on me, one on me, one on me. I shouldn't have pushed with no shields. One here, he's just egressing towards the, towards open end. Gonna push me, douchebag.
Do they realize we know where they are now?
Tango's close.
Oh, come on.
Damn it.
What's a BX?
He's right next to you.
Yeah, he was around the corner. I got to him right as you died. I'm sorry. Still one here somewhere. I think he's above me.
Weak on me?
On you weak, Roger. No eyes. I thought you said that guy was weak. He was full when he
was.
Alright.
He was flashing.
Oh fuck, I died. That was my fault. That was totally on me. Fucking didn't know where I was at. Wasn't paying attention. One here. There's one on that end by you guys.
Well constructed, Spartan.
One by you, one by you.
Two by me. Oh no, you got him.
Damn it. One weak on me.
Don't forget to change it out, Kevin. Oh, you're dead. You died anyway, don't worry. One more coming in here, Kevin. One more coming in here. One above me right here. Oh, two on me now? There we go, nice. They're on oddball, so...
Yeah.
Above us.
One up here.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
We're on oddball.
Yeah, we are. Guess we stay together. Oh, they're coming down on us. God damn it. I'm dead. That was so dumb. Our teammates just fucking ran off. God damn it. I'm with you. They're gonna get singled out.
They're just running.
Defeat.
They fucking got us killed, those two dickbags.
2 and 16. Oh my god.
Good lord. Yeah. Ah, that hurts my soul. We came all the way back.
And we had a 2 and 16. I mean, even if he just got an odd.
I want to
2
send.
and 16.
I literally want to send those guys like a message and be like, "Why did you assholes run off? Like we had them."
Yeah, minus 11, minus 12, basically.
Thanks, Adam. Have a good day. We'll see you in a bit. Just gonna go back to the rest of the stream and watch the reading. That bums me out so much.
Like we're all decent. I was 5, you were 3, the other guy was 6. He's minus 12.
11. 12, yeah. Wow.
And their team wasn't that great. They had a 2, a minus 9, a 6, and a break even.
Wow. Dude's name, you gotta give him credit. Fresh Cock. And his tag is Girth. It's a real win there. Good job, dude. Wow. Here we go, Kevin. We'll see what we drum up now. 45 minutes left. If anybody's wondering what we're doing tonight, tonight I will be watching the Kraken. They start at 7. I should be in here, hanging out in the Discord, watching it with my friends. I'll be around before that and after that and whatever, but that's mostly what my plan is. Yeah. Sorry about this. I'm back. Accidentally clicked off the video and got sent back to the live. Just remembered. I wanted to ask you, what's the next book? We haven't picked it yet. We're talking about going into the Forerunner saga now because we're done with all the Master Chief books until a new one comes out. So, that was kind of what I wanted to do. Go ahead.
Empty Throne would be in the timeline you just read, basically.
Okay. Before where we just before obviously Infinite. Yeah. But
yeah, just a little bit before Infinite.
And that's part of the Forerunner saga?
No.
Oh no.
Forerunner saga is apart from itself. I mean, it's 100,000 years ago.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Or 1,000 years ago, or whatever.
Okay, got it.
Actually, it's even further. It's further than that.
Well, why'd we miss Empty Throne then? Why'd we skip it? Because you said go straight to Rubicon Protocol, so that's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Because Rubicon Protocol ties into Infinite, which this book you just read ties into Infinite.
Yeah, to the
right?
end of Infinite. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Empty Throne ties into Infinite, but it's a kind of a side story to Infinite.
Oh, okay.
It's not, but it's taking place around that timeline. Empty Throne is like the part of where that's what Epitaph is too. Basically, that time of the end of Cortana and her absence. Epitaph and Empty Throne are nearly like kind of the same, or about the same time.
Okay. Gotcha.
Fiesta.
Well, I wouldn't say same time, but I mean close to each other.
Gotcha.
If you started the Forerunner trilogy, I mean that's like pre-Didac going to the Cryptum. That's like,
gotcha.
You know, that's the Forerunners are all in the galaxy, the whole thing, you know.
Right. With you.
I got 2 here.
3 actually. Wall here. Second wall.
to drop.
One going pushing. He got me.
Traded.
Weapon.
Oh, I'm fucking.
Says they're dead. Bull true.
I don't know how I won that.
Sweet Odin's beard.
Because the
They
weapon
had a
changes.
family. Prepare to drop.
Are they? What's happening?
Weapon.
We're winning, is what's happening. I have no eyes.
Another one down.
Me neither. I've just done a second lap and haven't.
I got 2 here at Cafe. I'm dead.
Yep. I'm dead center. Dead center.
Yep, 2 in the center. 1 at tires, it looks like. Oh. Oh, 1 left side. Yeah, there he is.
Shields down.
Redbeard's on the other team now. That guy was 20 and 22 and something when he played with us. Redbeard, watch out for that guy. Fucking no way. That's alright.
Weapon drop.
No eyes.
Over here. Over here. Over here.
Pop their shields.
Nice. Behind us, behind us.
To drop. Weapon drop.
Yep. Tires. Tires.
Wow, nice shot, dude. 1 on me inside the MTA.
Drop.
See ya!
Weapon drop.
God, that was bullshit.
Yeah, you got hit by a ricochet, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I chased a guy out the door and immediately got murked. And I don't know if it was him that killed me or what, but goddamn, whatever it was good.
Out in front of the transit.
Prepare
2
to
of them.
drop.
MTA, Roger.
Weapon drop. They had double kill.
Just blasted them dudes.
Boom, lead.
1 at Cafe.
Double kill. Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Oh,
I got him here.
2 cafe.
Cafe 2i. 2 at arcade, 2 at arcade. Still 2, Kevin. 2 in front of you. Nice, you took out all 3 of those guys.
Weapon drop.
Go. I'm down. Damn.
Yep, down.
One of them was strip shields, but man, just could not clutch.
Prepare to drop.
Got 2 here.
Weapon drop. Meet me under the mistletoe.
Fucking point blank that asshole with this.
Yep. Tires.
Yeah, I'm dead. 1 still in tires. Oh no! Oh, I got him. Maybe I got him. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if I killed him or not. I think I hosed him with a fuel rod in his face before I died. I can't tell you if I got the last kill or not. I know I hit that guy point blank with that fuel rod gun.
I know I at least got second to the last kill.
I hit him and he exploded and then the game ended and it didn't hit the kill. It didn't hit the kill feed, so I'm not sure. I'm literally not. Yeah.
We all went positive.
Every.
Only one of their. Yes,
Oh my god! What?
we went positive, and only one person on their team was positive.
And that Redbeard guy carried us the last game. Wow, I gotta pee. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm drank too much coffee. I'll be right back. Gotta take a break. Give me just a minute. You'll get 5 minutes of overtime or whatever it is. I'll be right back.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Start timer, 1 minute.
Alright, I'm back. How long was it, Kevin?
Over a minute and a half.
Yeah, okay, less than 2 minutes. That's not terrible. Scheisse. Sorry, I was floating. My eyeballs were floating that last match. I was like, I can't make it another half an hour. I'm like, there's no way. No way. Nice. We're gonna get a match, hopefully, before the end of the stream. Wouldn't that be lovely? do 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 do. This sucks a lot. Do 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 do. I wish there were more people. I wish Jimmy was hanging out with us. I know he's working. We miss you, Jimmy. We miss you, Jimmy. We miss you. We didn't see a lot. We've seen a lot of people today, but some of our normal check-ins, we didn't see Drill today. Hope everybody's doing good on a Thursday. Want to play golf, Kevin? I haven't been able to play golf in a while. Still
you know
working.
my answer to that.
Still working. You keep working, Jimmy. You're doing awesome, buddy. Robot golf? Is that your answer? Robot golf, right? That's your answer for everything is robot whatever. Robot food, robot golf, robot body. Kevin, I have a question for you.
What?
Robot mind?
Robot mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well. Yes.
You
It
think
depends.
that you would still be you if you got rid of everything that is you and just copied the sum of your brain into a robot brain, that you would still be you?
It depends. Depends on the.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't they weighed a body before it's died and after it's died, and doesn't it weigh a significant amount less? Like, haven't they documented that the soul weighs something?
Yeah. Yes. Not saying it's soul, but I think there is an ounce or so difference supposedly.
So I mean,
it all depends.
Sure. Ooh. I'm dead. 2 at gold.
Yeah, center. They're.
Another one down.
Oh, damn it! I should have repelled. Damn it! On me too.
Oh. Okay, we're on the other side.
That's how hummus is made.
Oh, BS.
Oh. Oh. Man, look at that.
How did it?
You had to gang up on me to murk me right there. It's like a bad match of Griffball. We were just hammering each other and nothing was happening. Yeah. One here. Shit, one's still on that ledge. One on my axe now, one on my axe.
Oh, damn it. Wow, I'm 1 in 5. I'm doing crap.
I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Shouldn't have done it.
2 on me. 2 on me.
2 on you, Roger. I'm with you, Kevin.
Spartan down.
Meet me under the mistletoe.
You guys clearly weren't paying attention to their radar there. Got one on me. He's dead. Oh, Christmas tree, however green your commando be. Feels bad.
Double
One more down here, one more down here.
to victory. It ain't
Please get that guy. And Brian.
piece of kit as alien weapons go.
Dude, just fucking back it out, Kevin. I got you.
Didn't need to back it out. He ran to me.
There's one down there, two down there now, Kevin. Two.
Weak, one of them.
Yeah, too far away for me to help.
Exquisite craftsmanship never gets old.
Oh. Well, he chose poorly. One in the blue corner, he's weak.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, weak on me. Two of them. Two on me. They're in front of us.
Oh no. There's the latency. No.
One here.
139. I just... Whoa. Maybe I didn't? You're gonna have to carry me, Kevin. I'm dead. I can't do it. I've got 10,000 ping.
Yeah.
Oh, I got an assist for that. No
Oh,
shit.
I got one.
They're close.
No fucking
You
way,
guys
bro.
are still beating me. I'm still. You're positive. I'm negative.
I can't believe. I feel bad for these assholes because I can't even tell you where I'm going. I'm just running into walls because my ping is so bad.
Oh, damn it.
Dude, I'd love to just hit some guys with this right
Two
now.
of them there. Two of them.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm just... that's cool. I'm on my way back to you guys if I don't fall off this bridge and die. Never mind, I'm running. I'm running. No. Oh my god, what? Here, there's two on me. Damn it. Oh man.
Yeah,
What?
I was a trash bag. Even with your ping, I was a trash bag.
Yeah, it shows the bitrate is definitely dropping in both places. It's weird because today it says that the YouTube connection is excellent. Well, now it's showing that it's poor for a minute. It's gonna stabilize hopefully, and we'll get at least one more match out of it. Just gonna
Give
wait.
me a minute, please.
Yeah, take your time. You got time. You got time. I'll talk about my helmet. We're gonna after the awesome is over today, we're gonna get on this. I've got if you guys want to know the color, I'll see if I can find the can. It's over here against the printer. Yeah, for the gray, we've chosen. If you see the Spartan here, this is the color we're going for. So the gray that we chose is Rust-Oleum Automotive Primer in gray. It's almost as dark next to the Mountain Gray Gloss, which we wanted a darker gray, but we wanted a flat finish because this is going to be for all the gaskets. So any place that you see gray and not white gasket material, that will be this color if I ever complete the suit. So we bought a color that was easy to replicate, that had a powder coat style flat finish, and it'll when we seal it with the semi-gloss, it'll darken it a little bit and bring a little bit of shine out of it when it does that. That's my plan as we continue to make this helmet look great. I gotta put one more coat of gray on it first. Back, okay. So I gotta put one more coat of gray on it, and then we'll tape it off and paint the white. And the idea is that by the end of it, it'll, by next Wednesday, if I have everything in order, we'll be able to use Wednesday's crafting morning to do some weathering on the helmet together. And I think you guys will be really excited to see that. Yeah, pretty excited about it. I hope you guys are too. Tomorrow, it looks like I may be around tomorrow. I think that's what's gonna go on. Look for an announcement though in the morning. I may just hang out in the Discord and be around, but I might stream tomorrow.
It's raining down here.
It's raining? Nice.
Everything's wet.
Everything is wet. Everything is awesome. We're gonna get one more match, maybe, Kevin? Maybe? And get ready to...
With them.
Yeah, the load times. Is Lexi doing anything today, I wonder?
Is that Instagram thing?
Is what?
Oh, it's just forget it. Managing my TikTok.
Mana mana. Do 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 do. Finally, we've got a match.
Escalation.
Here we go. Escalation. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. What a shot, dude. What a shot. Guy was fucking ready for me, too.
Know where that came from.
I haven't seen anybody. I got killed and then...
To know how I just rocketed somebody and they survived.
I have no idea.
Look at that hook shot. Legion.
That's good. Good call, man. Way to wait it out. Sometimes you just gotta be patient with that hammer time.
My shield's popped.
Really? They're all.
Sniper got him.
Yeah, they're already on sniper. Yeah, that's correct.
Spartan's down.
Did that guy just get coiled and live?
No scope.
We've lost a teammate.
One here.
Spartan down.
One here.
Shields are down.
Wow, I am, golly. Well, fuck. I'm dead. I, dipped when I should have ducked and, or dodged and, launched myself off the side of the... God damn it. And then I missed that shot, because I am not good. Two on me. I'm so stoppable. Really? I don't get it. They blow up next to him. They should at least do damage, like enough to strip his shield. So, you know,
Spider person.
it's so frustrating. The Spartans are so good that the Hydra rounds do nothing. Basically, is what they'd have you believe. what you get, Blue Death. You get dead. I got no eyes. Put one shot in that guy in the back of that base way out there. One in this corner over here by me. Weak. Nice. Shit, mean beam? They're on mean beam? Dude, they're two up on us right now. I'm dead, one on me, weak.
Pistols?
Pistols, Roger.
Or no?
Tango's closing in.
Taking cover.
They're going left over here.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Shields are down.
Don't hide forever.
Careful, to this way, Kevin.
Lost a teammate.
Over here, Kevin, I'm down. Two in there, two in there. I'm fucking 5 and 12. I am the trash bag.
Enemy
One on me,
nearing
three,
victory.
two on me.
Yeah, one on me, one on me. Two on me, two on me now. I'm so stoppable. Oh shit, here. I'm dead. They got Mangler.
Behind you, behind you.
Yeah, 3 on me.
Take cover.
They are on oddball.
We've lost a teammate.
With you, Kevin.
There, hot stuff.
Shields are down.
Up there.
Pop their shields.
We are so behind.
What?
We are so behind.
We're a little behind, that's right. Oh yeah, and they're getting closer to... There's one underneath us, underneath us.
Another one down.
Defeat.
Yeah, there wasn't much we could do. I was the trash bag. I only got 8 kills. I didn't give away the most deaths, but it's not great. That was rough. See if we can get one more, huh? Let's see if we can get one more. One more that is not that bad. Then we'll call it quits for the day. Again, thanks everybody for being awesome today and continuing to be awesome with us always. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. We're going to try to get one more match, and then we'll call it a day. I'll be back here for the Kraken game tonight, so come and see me for that. And, man, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be around, maybe. We'll see. Undecided yet. Go ahead.
One person on their team went 23 and 11.
There you go. Mm.
One of us broke even, the rest of us went negative.
Yeah, I had a really bad match, as you can tell. I was the bottom, the very bottom. How's your Xbox doing? Everything's still good? You haven't had a crash yet? Nope. So for everybody that's been following along in the Kevin Crash saga, his Xbox Series S is what he's playing on now. And although he said his gaming quality has gone down some, as in visual acuity, not necessarily his play, but his enjoyment because of the inferior equipment, he's had no crashes. So we believe now that it's possibly a hardware problem that he's dealing with.
It could also. It's a different build though. For the game.
I don't know if it is.
It is. Halo Infinite is optimized for the Series X.
Mm-hmm.
So if you play it on a Series X, it is not playing the same version of what a Series S plays.
If you go into your settings menu in the top right corner, it should say version. What's the version number? What's listed up there? Okay,
they're both the same version, but it's running a different protocol because it's a different hardware.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's the same game. It's
Sure,
just running a different part of the included software.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I could see your argument if more of the people were having the same crashes as you, but I don't see a lot of that. I think you're one of the existing examples that continues to crash, which is why I'm leaning towards a hardware failure on your machine, is what I'm thinking.
Yet I've played a few other games have never crashed like Halo does.
Do they push as hard as Halo pushes?
Does Helldivers? Does Warhammer 40K? Does
I don't play Warhammer. I think Helldivers might. I'm not sure. Anybody know what Helldivers is like on a console? I don't play it on a console. I'm not sure.
There's a few games I've played, but they've never.
Right.
Of course, I haven't played them as much as Halo, but.
Well, I know that just
when I was
the amount of particles, right? Go ahead.
When I was doing the Helldivers when the Halo content came out, I did not have a single crash in Helldivers like that.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you could be right. I just know that you're one of the only people I know who's having the problem. It consistently happens when you play Halo, and Halo has a lot of particle effects. I see it every time we play. It's kicked me out to the main menu a couple of times, but I contribute that to being a PC. PCs are just PCs. But yeah, no, that's...
I've even minimalized the effects that they allow you to in the setup of the game.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we're gonna get a match, Kevin. And we're at 4 hours, so I think we're just gonna call it. I think that's it. Is there anybody we should raid with our 6 people? 6 people? Who do we got? Scheiße. Thunder is streaming.
XLR8 is playing Infinite.
Oh, Accelerate, yeah.
HX Hills Queen is playing Infinite.
Oh, she is. Yeah, Lilith.
She's only got 4 watchers, so maybe
she's
on a be right back screen. Yeah, I would say Queen or Accelerate.
I'll go with her. She's a nice she's a nice person. Hey guys, thanks for being awesome with us today. We're as always excited to have all of you. We miss some of you, like Jimmy. Miss you, Jimmy. You guys, always alone when using the app. Holy cow. Sorry, my phone's being, my arm is being weird. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for being awesome with us. Enjoy the rest of your day. We're gonna raid Lilith. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome. We might see you tomorrow here in the Spartan space, which is this building and the Discord, where it's always awesome because of you. Here's the heart. Have a great day. Kevin, it's your turn, buddy.
Have some fun. And we're loading.